everybody. Welcome back. And we are jumping into another episode. And to all my friends and enemies, glad you are here. I hate myself because I'm doing this, but I'm doing this because I don't hate you guys. So, hey, there's that. So, we have Matt with us and Sage with us again. Unfortunately, Arturian couldn't make it, and Gadfly has refused to watch the show. So,
Terry's recovering from the stroke he had when he watched episodes 1, 2, and 3 in one binge.
that too. Yeah.
Thankfully, he has free European healthcare.
And cheap Amazon, apparently.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
So,
that's a surprise.
Yeah. Yes. The guy who lives in Europe doesn't even realize he has cheap stuff. Must be disappointing. All right, we're gonna jump into this because why not? Oh, we're skipping this. Water, lots of water. Oh, it's a big ship.
Okay,
Are we pausing already? Is
I
that
want to
right?
make one particular point. I'm commenting about some very stupid writing and direction. The very end of the last episode, we had Show Rain rescue Rand from Lanfear, and seeing her resurrect, right? So we built
did we see the resurrection? I don't remember.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah.
Oh, she
previously
blinked.
killed.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
So we have an incredible amount of tension, right? That you built with that scene, right? Forget about how good or bad, right? You on the next episode, you don't open with the follow up to it, and all the tension that people had, waiting to see what happened. Yeah,
I mean, who cares about
Well,
Lanfear,
it's
right?
like the tension. It's the tension of episode 8 of season 1, where like all these people died in the throne room for a box that nobody really knows or cares about, and then we open up the next season and we're like, they're all alive.
yeah.
No reason, just whatever. I just love that the fact that they're like, hey, they have insect armor. Let's go with a scarab. That's the insect that we're gonna go with, and I'm like, not the typical samurai type helmet with antennas and like how they're described. Okay.
Well, this is a great shot to point out. You guys, I don't know if you did watch pro wrestling. There's a wrestler who decided named Bray Wyatt, and one of his gimmicks was the Fiend. He wore a mask, and it looked just like that.
Like the middle guy?
Yeah, basically the Sean Chan.
Why so serious?
They're not the Death Watch Guard. What are the regular Sean Chan Army guys called? They're not
Sean
the
Chan
Death Watch
Armies.
Guard. No, there's a name for them, like something troopers or whatever. Anyway, let's start this up.
I don't remember.
No idea. I just call them soldiers.
Yeah, Death Watch Guard. I thought were the only ones that had any type of unique name to them. I see they have the Junkas.
Mm-hmm. Were the sails ever described? Because I vaguely recall them having square sails, but this is not quite square, is it?
Those kind of were square because they go wide and down.
Yeah, but I'm not sure.
I mean, they're
recall
supposed
that
to be
square.
Asian-like. I don't understand this. This is supposed to be High Lord Turak.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't understand this.
Uh-oh.
Guys, stop it again. In what
dear
version? Let's
slave.
pretend that was Bookish Samael right there. And she just said that in front of him. What do you think he would do to her?
Immediately kill her?
Everyone there would just be dead. They would just be like lightning bolts hitting everyone there. Like you messed with the plan, boom, gone. Like we know he's like a fanatic like that.
Mm-hmm.
This character is such an insult to a great villain. It's unbelievable.
Also, Ogier slave? That doesn't sound quite right, does it?
I mean, I would like to point out, so far none of this makes any sense. Like
That's
we got
yeah.
the weird little finger hand signals. Like that's supposed to mean something.
Well, all the Ogier in Shanshan are part of the Death Watch Guard, but they're not considered property. So
Well,
I
they're
don't
called
know.
gardeners,
Yeah.
and they're exceptionally like thought of. Like
Yeah,
everyone
they're
likes them.
held in extremely high regard.
Yeah, and they have like ultimate authority in the military kind of thing. Like they are top tier,
Yeah.
basically good in everything.
Mhm.
But then you have like first off, this is not how I imagined Turok, and I love that their fingernails are their lacquered fingernails aren't actually their fingernails. Like they're literally slip-ons. Like this is like going to Claire's at the mall and then being like, "Hey, 12-year-old girls want to have long nails. Let's just pop them on." Like
Well, to be
Well,
fair, it would have been
they're not
extremely
even-
impractical to do this with actual fingernails, right?
Well, they have like
they have glue on top ones
Yeah,
that you just
yeah.
stick like that. Like you could easily make it look like a real nail. Like have you ever seen a girl's fingernail? Like when they get them go to the store.
Yeah,
and they
but
get
they're not,
pierced with-
not this long, so who knows?
Well, yeah, but that's literally just a prop though. Like that
Mhm.
that's not difficult. Like they have them long.
They didn't
Like,
basically.
I might-
they
Yeah,
I
but
might-
can you do that with these? Because having them super long would probably put quite a bit of stress on your actual nail if you sort of glue them on,
Well,
right?
yes, but what you would do is, and on the finger part, you make them thicker, and then it gets thinner as you go, so the actual length and everything.
Yeah,
Like most
okay.
of the time, they're doing this anyway, so all the weight's down. So
But
True.
the point is, they didn't make the effort to even attempt to do anything cool.
yeah, and I don't understand. Like, why is she wearing a mask, but the guy higher than her isn't wearing a mask? He's got this ridiculous little bouquet of bones or whatever around his head. He's got his head like engraved,
Well,
not
his-
tattooed,
his-
engraved with something.
His Jaffa serpent mask has withdrawn into its cliff.
But that's because he's supposed to look evil.
If you watch,
So he
if you watch
needs-
the Sean Channel like armor, a lot of them they look like Jaffa armor from Stargate. It's just,
Well, I mean, like look right now over at the alleged Suldam, because so far the Suldam haven't acted a bit like a Suldam, and the Damane haven't acted even slightly like a Damane. But like, look at their hands; they're like this. Like they're putting effort to keep them flat, not relaxed, flat. I'm like, there's literally no reason to do so. Like there's so many little details that it's just like, but now you're just trying to be over the top. Like even standing to attention, soldiers don't do this. They relax into like a position of readiness. They wouldn't be like this, because then you're literally wasting energy and burning energy doing literally nothing. So when you need to go do something, you don't have that energy because you're actively causing your muscles to tense, which means your muscles are going to be shock tense. So then obviously Shamael doesn't make any sense being here, and Loyal and Ingtar would have never happened. Like they've clearly obviously deviated, but why is everyone outside?
well,
Lord
Ingtar is there
Turok-
because he's a dark friend and he's being protected by a Shamael.
And Loyal's a dark friend too.
No,
No, he's a slave.
He's an
important
Ogier,
because
so
he's
he's
the only
valuable.
Ogier here.
So Ogiers get to become slaves because that makes sense. Like, oh, I broke a rule. I went and attacked a place. I have a slave. Yay!
Well,
I did
and in
all
this
that.
scene,
Lost all of our manpower for a slave. Yay!
Loyal is not on his stilts in this scene too, by the way.
Yeah. Well, that's because he's got his foam feet.
Great start. Yeah. Still, oh wow, this episode's longer than usual.
That is cartoonish right there. Cartoonish writing.
Okay, first thing. Look where he is right now. Ishamael is way behind her.
Yep.
But if you go to the previous scene, he's like right next to her. They're teleporting in this thing. How?
Even
are
if-
they
she looks to him for approval. He's supposed to be undercover. He's not supposed to be out. He's supposed to be an advisor. That's we've said they've established he's an advisor, right? Yet in front of everyone, she's like, "Is this okay? Is this okay?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's not even that.
Super
It's like,
stupid behavior. I still can't get over the hats though. What the fuck?
well, there's a lot of weird things. Like they're making the Shan so weird. It's not exotic. It's just weird.
Mhm.
And I don't get it because the only thing that was like really just downright freaky about them was the soldier's armor. Everything else was just weird with the shaved heads, not wearing like a tree mask or whatever. Like this is excessive artwork for the sake of being fancy pants.
Mhm.
It has no purpose. It doesn't look good. It's ridiculous, honestly. But they're going for like the massive everything in the show is an Asian aesthetic or an Indian aesthetic. Nothing is European, which we've seen already multiple times, and nothing is anything else.
Well, no, Two Rivers is kind of European in style.
I mean, is it though?
Give it time.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks
Remember, the
mostly
two
like
Rivers
crap,
eventually
but yeah.
get put under Fal's influence, and she's
And then it will become East Asian.
I
she'll be
mean,
wearing
at this
kimonos
point-
and everything.
At this point, I'm sure the Sean Channel take over the Two Rivers, but
Could be.
I mean, Parent ain't gonna save it, so whatever. But I just like the fact that people are teleporting, and I didn't even have to watch this a second time. I noticed it instantly. It was just like,
Well, what they're doing
how
is they're filming scenes, right? And they're not making, and either they're putting together, like, let's say they filmed 3 versions of the last scene and 3 versions of this scene, like what when he goes like they did the dialogue, and he goes, stand, kneel before Hilo or Turok or whatever. Cut. Then they filmed the scene where she walked forward to kneel, and 3 different
Oh, I
versions of
know.
that, and they're not piecing
And
together.
then
in a
they
way
just
that's consistent.
splice it together.
they should have just had multiple cameras on the same thing, and then they could easily just do it in the same go.
Yeah.
Like that'd have been way better. But
Well-
but on top of that,
Anyway,
when
big
Shamael-
budgets, right? That's where all the money went, I believe.
this is more expensive than Game of Thrones, people. But like asking Isham, like asking for approval, she could have barely like even glanced in his direction, and he could have like under his breath where no one could have heard it because you're outside, the wind's howling. There's a whole bunch of things. He says it like, "Go ahead and kneel." Turok's looking right at him when he says it, acknowledges the fact that he says it, and doesn't say anything. Like, "Who are you to speak in my presence?" Like, nothing. I'm waiting for Turok to say, "You shave your head. You're now a Soja." Like, and Isham also go, "You're funny." Like, it's deliberately this way. Oh no, she's gonna cut off the fake nails.
Thank God for that.
This is stolen music.
Also, why does she sounds like, oh no, what happens when the nails got cut off, but she prepared for it, right? So that doesn't make any sense.
Well, she's the way he says that. One more thing. It's just,
I will say when this scene that we've seen comes up, I had to restrain myself from punching my monitor.
Oh,
what, like Gary's broken monitor? But like the way that the dialogue's happening, it's like everything is almost mid-American, I want to say. Like, it doesn't feel like a common tongue. It feels like everyone in the world's literally from the same place.
mm-hmm.
And I don't understand it. But you have High Lady Suroth, you have High Lord Turok. He's technically above her in terms of he was entrusted with this thing, but they never clash. And so we're getting a clash scene. It's like, oh wait, so the show's literally generating drama for the sake of creating drama. That serves
Yeah, that's why
absolutely
it's
no
done
purpose.
this
If you
entire
watch
time.
that interview on IMDb, when Rafe and others comment, what his alleged reason for changing the way they did things in the first season was he wanted to show all the characters. Like, and there's a valid point in this to an extent. Like the first book was very Rand centric, right? So, and then you saw a lot of the other
Shocking,
storylines.
I'm sure.
But I mean, in the sense of whose storyline predominated. So, and then you saw a lot of the other characters having their own story arcs in the second and third book. His claim was that the changes to take stuff away from Rand was to have all their story arcs start earlier. Now, I'm not saying it's a great thing. I'm saying you can see that, especially in this episode and last one, the way things are coming back together. You can see their bad design, so to speak, coming to fruition. You know?
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
to be fair, it is perfectly reasonable to, if you go for an ensemble cast, to focus on all of the characters roughly equally. But you should not take away stuff from Rand. Then you should just have the other characters
but that's
be
not.
there more.
Yeah, we agree on. All three of us agreed on that. All right? I'm just saying, for his narrative structure, the way he built this, right? He pulled it apart to get all the storylines started earlier, and that's his excuse for doing what he did in the first season. And like I said, in this particular episode and the last one,
But
you can see all those storylines starting to merge back together.
But we know that's crap because all these storylines, like he had episodes and episodes, he just wasted time. The entire
Again,
episode was
that's
not
his
even
whole,
going to the
bro. We're 100% agreed there. I'm just
Well, I know,
telling
but I'm
you.
saying, like his claim literally loses all. Well, I guess there's no credibility at all, but it loses any attempt at credibility when you're like, you wasted a whole episode on Steppen. You did Nynaeve's episode where she has like 70% of the episode, where it doesn't take 70% of the episode to do her going through the arches. It doesn't take that long.
Yeah, no, they also
And you didn't do the
artificially
arches right
extended
because at least two of the arches, they weren't like I want to stay and then I leave. It was I need to leave because I need to escape, which is totally different reasonings for why you do what you do.
That's all. We all agree on that. I mean, we're not. I'm just saying, if you watch the way he put these last two episodes together, you can see him pulling all those separate storylines together, like why Shurath and Turok are meeting here and all that. You know, the whole subplot and all. You could, I can see what he's doing, even if it's like watching him drive the car over the cliff. I can see the path he took to get to the cliff.
Well, I don't want to say this is a coffee cup and a back scene, but if you look on the side of Turok with that little table, the top of it is
Those Fernando Rocher chocolates.
No, below that, the actual table. It's my autism is just screaming at me right now.
Well, on the right?
Yeah, the little golden one. The lid of the table is like wobbled. It's warped.
Well, it has Fernando Rocher chocolates on it. Those are, look at the gold things. They probably paint them a different color, but those are Fernando Rocher chocolates.
Is it a square table, or is it
the thing to, if we're facing the scene we're looking at to Turok's right, to our right, Turok's left.
His left. It's the only table there, dude.
Yeah.
Look at the top. So you have the base, which is like a hex or whatever, and then the top, which is also a hex. But if you look at the
is the top a hex though? I don't think so.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's at least 5 or 4 or 5 on each side.
Well, it doesn't look like it, but that's probably because
we can't see all of it.
Right?
My point is that it's warped. No High Lord's going to have warped furniture.
Yeah, no, that makes
if
sense.
you look at the soldier right behind that, you go up to his head. His head's tilted like this. It's like your helmet isn't even staying on properly, which means your helmet's probably poorly made, and it's just thing after thing after thing. It's just I get the little details. I'm autistic. I can't help it. It's just
or he might just be holding his head not straight, right?
I think the top part of the helmet is on wrong.
That's my thinking.
Maybe he's mid-movement right now.
But also keep in mind that when they make movies like this, they don't make them like actual like medieval helmets or whatever, where they put the little padding on the inside where it sits snugly. So it's probably like hollow on the inside, and it just kind of wiggles around as you're moving. So that's my assumption, but
that makes sense.
I don't know. I'm nitpicking because it's nitpick worthy, and it's just like if you're gonna do, I'm a firm believer. If you're gonna do something, do it right. Like those little details, if they weren't there, wouldn't have even like brought them up, but they are there, and for some reason they left it in. But why is this Shamael just like? By the way, I have the right to speak, so Turok must know who he is, but Turok was never assigned as a dark friend, so I don't know what's going on with this, but we all know that black guys can't be evil, so how's that going to work?
Well,
I was screaming when this scene happened.
Oh, that swag. Oh gosh. It's literally a styrofoam box.
But no, think about
I
this.
see these in the medical industry.
One, the sole reason for this scene to exist is to get the Horn of Valyr into Turok's hands, because it was in his hands in the book. That's there's no logical reason for this. But here's another.
I mean, to be fair, Baden Fane does give it to him. So
yeah, but Ishmael is
least
standing right
that's-
there. Now, if I were Ishmael playing Book Ishmael, I would kill them all, take that Horn of Valyr to Shia Ghul, and laugh my way all the way north.
But you don't
Exactly.
have to. Remember, we had the Dark Friend Social. The horn had already been taken. Padan Fane was there. You had
Exactly.
everything you needed. You have a Shamael who's
Well,
older
that's-
and is
that's
more
a given. I'm
knowledgeable
saying,
than
in
The
Turok.
only
Turok,
reason
He
this
doesn't open
works-
the box.
The only reason it works in the book is because Baden Fane's no longer allied to the Dark.
The Dark One, the Shadow, yes, the
Yes.
Taint.
Book spoilers, people. Do you remember the whole premise of the Lord of Chaos when the Dark One said, "Let the Lord of Chaos rule"? Right.
Vaguely.
I have a feeling, and you guys, I guess, at the end, that's basically the plot that Ishmael is running with. That as if the Dark One told him to create chaos.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, but this happens way before that too. So I mean,
Well, I'm just saying that they're jumping ahead and grabbing something from a book they're never going to do.
They only have 8 seasons, right?
Yeah.
They need to
but
fast
the thing
track
is that the horn,
thing.
like in the grand scheme of the entire series, the Horn of Valyr is not really that important in the grand scheme. Like you could cut it
Because
if
Matt
you're-
took it out of play.
Well,
Once Matt blows the horn, it's out of play. Meaning that until
Well,
you kill Matt or he blows it 2 more times or whatever, the Dark can't use it.
It's not 2 more times. It's
It's until he
it's not,
dies.
it's not a genie thing where you rub it. And then you, 3
No,
wishes. That's it.
Whatever.
No.
I thought the prophecy was like he's
As
going to
long-
blow it 3 times or whatever.
No,
Am I
no,
thinking
no.
of-
As
You can
long as
blow
he
whatever
blows
you
the
want.
horn,
As long as he's
Well, that's
linked
also
to
true.
the horn,
Yeah.
it's just a horn to anybody else. When Matt dies and then is
Then
brought back
anyone
by
else can
Rand,
use it.
it was cut off at that point, and then now.
Oh,
the
okay,
horn
never
is
mind.
blown.
I'm thinking of a horn from the Fiovannavar tapestry. Never mind. Sorry.
I was gonna say, I was like, the horn you're thinking of is the genie's lamp.
No, the horn that one of the characters
What's
got
your wish?
in the Fiovannavar tapestry that only those of the light could hear, and once someone blew it, it could only be blown 2 more times before it would go back into sort of being lost for a while.
I'd also like to point out that the girls in the scene putting this table out, that's supposed to be their level of transparent dress that they're supposed to
We
have.
were never going to see that on.
Well, that's the
Yeah.
thing is like they're like, bring me Game of Thrones, and I'm like, this series has so much cultural nudity in it. It's excessive, but it's cultural nudity. It's not like sexual nudity. So you had all the opportunities to lure people in with sexual stuff, but they just pick old, ugly women, and
They could never do Game
Fucking
of
weird.
Thrones nowadays because of the woke stuff.
Exactly.
Well, what about female empowerment? Come on, guys.
No. It's not
Female
allowed to
empowerment's
be.
out now. Is that what we're doing now?
No. It wouldn't be female empowerment. It would be the male gaze. And
And
that
if they weren't
cannot
going to
be
wear
allowed.
transparent, all the Dr. Mel would have to be ugly white women.
I'll check your male.
Right,
gaze
it's
and bring you
female empowerment. It's female empowerment only if the male gaze is neutralized. So, for example, by putting ugly
But you
women-
don't know if a male's going to watch the show, so that should be irrelevant because there's females watching the show, and if they want to be empowered, they can't be empowered while they're being clothed. If all the women are clothed like this, then they're clothed because the patriarchy. So now you're just helping the patriarchy do things instead of helping women be free and letting them be themselves. And they want to dress the way
Hey,
they want to dress. And in this
I
case,
never
they
said
want to dress
their
the way
views were logically consistent, right?
they never claimed that either. So I mean, checkmate. I just wanted to point out that the whole thing just makes no sense. But the swagger, I feel like Turok would have had Padan Fane on like literally in the books. Padan Fane was like, my lord, and it's like all like humble and bowing.
All
and, "My
Grima
lord."
Wormtongue like, yeah.
Yeah, he was very good with words because he's got the whole Mordeth thing going on.
Exactly.
And he's
Yeah.
trying to woo Turok to his side and get what he wants, which is the dagger. He doesn't even really care about the horns, so to speak. He cares about the dagger. And this, he just swaggers in, and we're like, but you would have been executed on the spot. Like, what the heck?
Exactly. Also, this table next to Turek,
The one in front or the one next to?
the one in front, yeah. Why would he allow a random stranger to walk up to him with a potentially suspicious box, put it on a table right in front of his face, and with the table stretched out, he can't really react in a defensive manner?
Because the writers don't understand characters.
Because the
Fair
sole
enough.
purpose of this scene is to get the horn in his hands.
But here's the thing: if they were doing this properly, the girls would drop the table, walk up, grab the box, and move it over. They're not going to do that.
They don't care.
Yeah,
they
no,
just,
that
need, they
would
just need to
probably
know
be
they have to
fair.
get the horn in his hands for the storyline.
How does Turok know it's the Horde of Valir? It's a
Yeah.
box. It's a styrofoam box. And it's
Also,
like he didn't know in the book that it was the Horn of Valir until he opened it, which he knew how to open it magically, but he did. And
maybe
that's
he's
how he
just
opened
super
it.
smart, right?
But Ishamael
can-
is super stupid because he doesn't know how to open it.
Well, maybe he knows, but never told anyone.
Notice they don't focus on the box.
While he's opening it with basically dead hands, let's say.
So why is Padon Fane bowing elegantly or eloquently, and he was just
Why not?
swaggering? Like I'm confused. He's like throwing two totally different things. Like he's bipolar right now with like 17
But also,
personalities.
again, I mean, like I said,
I mean, in the
it's-
show's defense, Padon Fane does have sort of two merged personalities at this point.
Well, he
so-
does, but it's. I mean, at this point, he shouldn't. He should be just the pure.
Fair enough,
dude
could be
who knows
fused
how
at
to-
this point already.
He knows how to like play the Mirandian, but he also knows how to play the I'm a snob lord kind of person. Like he knows how to go, oh,
Yeah.
it was hurting me. But it's a play, it's an act.
Yeah,
It's not his personality. It's him trying to deceive people. So,
fair
but-
enough.
Well, no, one more point here. Okay, so I said before that Book Ishmael would just take this thing and run to Shale Ghul and laugh his way to the bank, so to speak, right? Not only that, but Turok is not a dark friend, right? He just said he wants to like blah 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 blah. You're
Well,
giving
maybe
him
he.
you're giving him. Well, yeah, that's true. But you're giving him a powerful weapon that can be used against the dark. Makes no writing sense. But I know. I said
to be
they have
fair,
do
if
it to get-
Ishamael could off him in a heartbeat and take it and leave, so that's entirely pointless in that
Well, that
regard.
would be
But
bookish,
everything
yeah.
is pointless because it makes no sense why things are happening the way they're happening because a character in that position, like, it's not just that Ishi's there. It's that Ishi being there makes no sense because, like, even if you're taking this in this new storyline, right? Like, even if you're taking a whole new look at everything, Ishi is there. Ishi knows more than Turok. He can open the box. So why would you give him the horn? There's no logical reason to do so because you have more knowledge and would be able to open it easily. Not to mention use the one power to just tear it apart. But like, there's plenty of ways you could do things like that. And they're like, let me give it to this ruler. Why? And no. So now it's like they're making Semirog and Ishamael part of the same thing because now he's trying to get in good with the Shanshin, which means we're not going to get more Forsaken. We're getting less Forsaken. And how many Forsaken are we get? We're not going to get Belial because he gets off literally after we get introduced to him. We're not going to get Robin because why would we? And we're not going to get. We're probably not going to get Gareth Bryn. We're not going to get all these other people. Like, there's a whole bunch of characters.
Asmodeus is probably out as well.
Well, if
Given that
we might get the
Logain takes
Andorian
his
stuff
spot.
because they've
Logan
cast,
took his minion.
they've allegedly cast that actress, the Indian actress, the Persian actress, as Elada.
Elida.
Wait. Oh, I thought they were fusing her with Leandrin.
I heard about them casting somebody to play Elida, but I don't see the point in Elida with Leandrin.
I would agree, unless Leandro becomes a good guy, you know.
But we know she's not.
Well,
She just literally
But then-
attacks people for no reason.
just keep watching.
Okay. Well.
It was that simple. It's literally just rotated a couple times.
Look how awkward it looks to do this with those.
You know what's even
nails.
better though, is that it's like one of those rotary telephones.
Mm-hmm.
Why would the Horn of Valir make the whole world like?
Because they can just
Okay.
summon an
I'd like
army
to point
of
it out,
crazy
This
people.
is some terrible CGI.
Yep.
Like this is light awful.
Mhm.
It's the easiest way I can describe it. Like this looks terrible. And seeing it in motion makes it even more terrible.
2010 video game style, I guess.
That's insulting to 2010 video games. Let's be honest.
Fair enough.
Oh,
What's
here's our
happening here?
pickup for the. This is.
Oh yeah,
This
they
is
were
right.
running from the shack. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. That wound will barely slow her down.
Yeah.
How do you know? You don't know anything about anything in the show so far. Like
No, she knows.
there are no
weapons.
writings of
Just
like
like her.
Lanfear's throat was cut and then she just walked back up and walked right out. And
It was in the
that's
prophecy. The
spectacular,
prophecy
blah, blah,
said Leandrin. No wait.
blah. Leandrin and Lanfear
Lanfear,
are the same
yes.
person.
Lanfear cannot be killed, and wounds don't slow her down.
I
Said
mean,
right
to
in
be
the
fair,
prophecy.
Leandrin and Lanfear both have really square jaws, chiseled jaws. So, I mean, I can see how you get that mix confused. It's just, I also
Yeah.
don't like Rand holding the sword on his back. That just, it looks retarded.
Yep. Well. Oh no.
Oh no. The person who just got the throat killed or slit by freaking the Commando Moraine.
So don't stop it. I'm saying we're 6 minutes in, and this was the tense moment they left us off in on the last,
Yep.
Okay. What is the most Matt, you know this since you're a savant of horror films. What is the most overused soundbite you use when blood is involved?
maybe soundbite. Like,
I'm going to go back 10 seconds. Listen when she moves her hand.
Yeah,
Oh,
but that's
the
not
gir- the-
blood. That's like cracking bones.
It's a squish noise.
yeah, I think she's gurgling blood is what the sound is.
Well,
Anyway,
she didn't. It happened when
Lanfear-
she moved her hand
I know why they made her immortal.
because she's a vampire.
Yes. Daughter of the night must
She
be a vampire.
sparkles. She sparkles. Why does she have saw? It's a magic eraser.
Interesting.
Oh no,
The-
where did they go?
The
What's
show
going
audience
on?
have no idea what that is.
A magic eraser?
No,
No,
that's
the
true power. The
yeah.
true power.
Oh, the saw?
And the use of the true power. Yeah.
Yeah, the true power. Well, here's the other thing. Why did it take her so long to do that?
No idea.
Exactly.
Also, Lanfear didn't
Exactly.
really use the true power that much, right?
Well, the true power was supposed to only be granted to the top tier, like the
Well,
The
the
head
reason none
of
of them
the
used it
thing.
much is because it had a consequence. It didn't.
Yeah,
It's-
it
I don't
makes
know
you
the
it
exact
makes
quote.
you insane. That's
Yeah.
why Ishamel
Yeah.
is
well, he
the
was
way
already
he
insane,
is.
so it helped.
Sure, that could be a thing.
But
It's connected to the taint, basically. So.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
And here-
understand.
this
like,
is
you know,
so stupid right here. Okay, so prior to this scene, wait, watch. Let's see. Okay, so now they're running side by side, right? Rand and Moraine, right?
Why does she have
no.
a dagger? Why does she have her dagger in her back? It's a dagger.
It's like you can pull it like that. I don't know.
She's running faster than an athletic man who grew up in the mountains who was a Aiel by birth.
Yeah,
And
but
she's
maybe
running
Ron
faster than him.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
Rand's
he's
just
an Aiel, but
not
he's not an
running
Aiel
ahead
trained.
because
No,
he
but he
doesn't
has
know where she
their
wants him
centuries
to
and
go.
centuries of genetic ability. You know,
Well,
that-
he has genetic ability, but
He doesn't
never-
know where he needs to go, so he
Well,
needs to
okay.
follow her.
First off, there is like in all of the time period of Rand being born in the Two Rivers and all that, or not born in the Two Rivers, born in Dragon Mount, gone to the Two Rivers. All through his life, he's never once noted it for his stamina endurance for running. And one could argue that when he's dragging his dad, he's exhausted.
That's not ideal running. Just regular mountain boy running should easily. He has mountain.
Well, yeah, he's got longer legs and everything, but remember, Moraine has to beat him to everywhere.
Yeah.
So, I mean, but why would you stop at an obvious outpost, which is obvious? It's already lit, so somebody's got to be there, right?
They'll.
I know.
Can I spoil Can I spill my thoughts on this for you?
No.
Okay.
We'll get there. Oi! Oi! You're coming.
You told me to remain silent, so I have to remain silent.
Well, you can comment on things that have happened. Just don't comment on things that haven't happened. But I'm about to smash my head against my screen.
I'll say this. It's a teaser. This makes sense given Show Moraine's moral ethos, and that's all I'm going to say.
That's true. I was just going to say that Moraine, one, would never wave her finger in front of people. She'd wave gold in front of her. Be like, here's 30 gold. It easily pays for 2 horses.
This is Show Rain, not Moraine. So
I know, but I'm saying like that's what people need to know, is that there's clearly a difference between these people.
No, but we know 5 gold is good enough for a super horse, right?
That was what a Rod Damon horse?
I don't know where it was exactly, but in last episode, 5 gold was
yeah. A Rod Damon
for the finest of horses.
The finest horse in a Rod Damon, which is ironic because Tyr is notorious for their horses, so like equestrians or whatever. But I like it. She's like, "Are you all coming with us?" I mean, if you leave, Lanfear's not going to stick around and suck her blood out. She's not a vampire or anything, right?
Well,
we can't even have stable men. Like, not many women would choose to have this job.
Of course not.
Like, I mean, I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm saying, like, in every instance I can recall in the book,
but this is female empowerment.
This is the least offensive thing in this episode.
This is the male gaze, because you know how many guys like bigger women? Checkmate.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Are we going back to the tower? She pulls out his sword. Oh my gosh. I'm going to kill the horse. I'm not going to take the horse. I'm going to kill the horse. If she can revive herself, she can revive a horse.
Mm-hmm. No, anyway, I see why Pips was angry about this.
You're not thinking it through, right? What if what if one of the 3 horses they take goes lame and you kill the spare? Take the horse with you.
Yeah, what?
There's no reason. I mean, okay, if you burn the place down, you literally light a beacon so she knows exactly where to go. You disappeared into the forest. You could have literally gone in any direction. How is she going to track you? She's Lanfear. She's not a freaking mountain tracker.
Or is she?
She's not. She's never, ever had anything other than, like, I'm a lady.
No, but she's a vampire in this, so maybe she can smell blood and follow the trail.
If she smells blood, then she's going to find Moraine, because Moraine has so much blood on her hands. So it's beside the point. But it's just like, let's kill the horse. Why not take the horse?
Well, because stupid Moraine.
What if we come across a little boy that's in the forest, or a little girl in the forest, and she's going to get killed by Lanfear, but we can't carry any more people on our horses, so we had a spare. There we go. Like, she's not thinking clearly. She didn't think ahead. Yeah. In almost every situation, Moraine typically thought ahead.
They're writing Moraine as a hard woman to make hard choices.
Yeah. Well,
boo hoo. She's not making
a hard choice.
Dumb choice.
No,
this is a dumb choice. Yeah, exactly.
Their interpretation of the hard woman.
I'm going to steal all your lines because they're mine first.
But instead, she makes a stupid decision. She should have taken a horse with her if for nothing else, and in the case one of the horses they're riding went lame.
Well, not even just that. Like, you can carry supplies on it. You could have it go in a direction different from you, so that
You could eat
follow
it.
the trail.
Also,
it's
wait
like-
a minute.
That's like
How did Moraine know
Like, I mean,
where to find the random shack in the forest?
because there's lights on. And why is there a random shack at the base of Dragonmount? Or not even at the base? Like,
No,
at
this is
Dragonmount?
not near Dragonman. This is near Carrion.
Well, didn't they go to
She had
Kinslayer's
mentioned-
Dagger or
she
something?
mentioned
No, no,
Dragonmount
she
versus cabin.
grew up in Kinslayer's Dagger.
No, but at the end, Rand and
And also, Kinslayer's Dagger is not Dragonmount. It's a bunch of mountains
they lead
near
into Dragonmount.
Carrion.
Or, oh yeah, I'm thinking that. I thought that
Like
was
Dragonmount's over on the Aiel side, basically.
No, it's not.
Dragonmount's right next to Tarvalon.
Well, it's so big.
Well, yeah, it's Shadow
but
literally
not big enough to
on
also be in
Tarvalon.
the waste.
It's literally like the plains of, is it Moredo?
Mhm.
It's like the plains of Moredo, and then this ginormous peak of a mountain with broken top, the jagged top, and its shadow casts on Tarvalon. It's huge, but it's like northwest, I want to say, of Tarvalon.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Last time I looked at a map, that's what it showed. So I'm
I'm
sticking
going
to
to
it.
quickly draw one.
Okay, and I had all the impression it was on the east side. It's on the southwest side.
Was it southwest?
Yeah.
I thought it was north. Whatever. It's west of Tarvalon. Its shadow hits Tarvalon at certain times of the day. That's really all the relevant information. There's a lot of stuff in the show, so I can't really go that far. But everything she's doing here, even in the context of the show itself, even outside of Wheel of Time information, it's just stupid decision after stupid decision. I don't understand it. She doesn't even bother cleaning the sword off. Stupid
Of course
decision.
not.
There's only 4 horses at the stable, by the way. I want to see her. I want to see her like grow wings like a Drakkar, just flying after. That is not clever, you bint. Like, my gosh.
For the
that's
show,
not
it is.
clever. No, they don't. They wouldn't know clever if it slapped them in the face.
Well, this is their version of clever.
And somebody else shows up with a horse because reasons. Yeah, I need your horse.
So, quick map time. I don't know if it's visible. So this is what the region sort of looks like.
Oh no,
And,
no. They're doing a all roads lead to Tarvalon, like all roads lead to freaking Rome. It's so stupid. Sorry, Sage, I interrupt you. Go ahead and do your thing. I'll make you bigger.
Yeah, I called up the map from Tor books.
If I can find it, which of these is the solo thingy? Oh, nope, not me.
I'm just writing some extra names.
I'm hitting the right ones. There we go. Quick, man, quick!
Well-
You're leaving the audience.
Okay, so if we have on the it's mirrored again. So this here is the Dragon Wall, and on this side you
Spire
have
of
the
the world.
Aiel Waste.
Yeah.
The Kinslayer's Dagger is this mountain range sort of here.
Ah.
This is Tarvalon Dragon Mount. Of course, it's a volcano, so it would like that. And then Carrion is down there.
Of
Yeah.
course it is. Yeah. I just like, they're like, where does this road leave? Tarvalon. Of course it does, because all roads lead to Tarvalon.
There's the map from Tor books.
Where?
You're gonna have to zoom in though. I can't zoom in. The other direction.
It's just click on zoom. If you can see
You
my
should be
mouse.
able to- you should be able to like, was it control?
Oh yeah, let me try undoing that.
Whatever.
With this. So is it big enough yet?
Not really.
Yeah, but we're on the wrong bit.
Go zoom in and then just drag it over.
You can't drag in a window. It's a text.
Oh, you should be able to. It should
Just
be,
move the scroll bar on the
slider.
bottom.
Yeah, there's a scroll bar when you zoom in.
Yeah, well, unfortunately. Hey, it actually appeared this time. I was going to say.
I was like, I saw it.
Yeah, same.
Okay, so they have Dragon Mount to the southwest. But Kinslayer's dagger is actually not in Kyrian. It's north. It's actually
north, yeah.
northeast of Tarvalon.
Yeah, hence my little drawing here.
Yeah, my
It's
mind.
it's very crude, but it works.
Yeah, my mind always put Dragon out like right over here, as overlooking everything type of thing. It's over here. So yeah.
All right, let's try to do this again. Why would you need a horse? You can literally teleport.
Also,
Well, she
is
can't.
there
She doesn't know
anything
where they
slower
are.
than a horse? Yes, you
Well,
yourself.
she doesn't
obviously.
need to know. She's been all over this world. Like, I mean,
Yeah, but you can't. Well, maybe she can. You need to predict where they would go in order to teleport there.
well, if you know they're going to Tarvalon, you're telling me one of the Forsaken doesn't know where Tarvalon is?
Well, maybe they're not going there.
But the road leads to Tarvalon. We just literally heard this. She
Yeah,
should be
but
like,
maybe
oh,
there's
thanks.
like a.
I'm good now. The guy leaves and like she literally kills the dude. Why for no reason? Which I mean,
But does
could
the road
potentially
lead only to Tarvalon?
Or do all roads lead to Tarvalon?
That's the thing. All roads lead to Tarvalon. Don't you know that anything, Sage? Come on.
Yeah. Or maybe they
ocean-
also lead
all
elsewhere
boats lead,
sometimes.
All boats lead to Tarvalon. That's how the Shan get there, right? You know.
Oh, that makes sense. That does. Yeah.
I know, right?
Because they need to.
Birds
some
calling,
point,
animals
yep.
hooting. It's dark. I can't see anything. Oh, Elias and Perrin. Yay.
I mean, in time, they should be from the very beginning.
Man eyes. He just said his dick's useless.
Oh, yeah, nice. You're right.
Everything else we're bored with. Oh, yes, clearly.
Well, I mean, the
that
men,
means
right? So,
that also includes his brain, which means he's useless. Congratulations, you're the self-deprecating person.
no, that still fits in the show because Elias is a man.
I miss beer.
So we're
I've got a pack that drinks beer with me.
what? 10 minutes into the 5th episode of the 2nd season, and the only time
Already
Perrin has
finished.
wielded an axe is when he killed his wife.
And that was an accident. But
Oh no! Oh,
She was axing for it.
she axed for it, and he axed her. He's like, "You are no longer my wife. I'm axing you."
He actually did it.
You lied to me.
Oh my god. Elias is the only one who's talking about his jaw clenched in this whole series. Elias is the only one in this whole series who's talking about his jaw clenched. Like I would go, hey Sage, what did you think of the last episode? You know, like they're locking their jaw when they talk, so it has that weird.
Seems like you have a really important thing
okay,
to say,
that's
but
what you
you're
mean.
not really moving
Yeah.
your mouth very much.
I thought they all
Like,
did that.
Elias is doing this whole thing where like nobody else matters. That's not how Elias operates.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I get that all characters have been assassinated, but this is ridiculous.
Well, I mean,
Oh my gosh, I just had an epiphany.
oh,
We're not
Show
in a
sucks.
turning of a wheel, another turning of the wheel. It's the Marvel Cinematic Universe. They're scrolls.
oh no! How could I have
I
not
have
seen this?
solved the puzzle. All right, I should make $1 million just for that. You know. Your wife wasn't part of your pack.
Oh no!
You don't have a pack. You don't have a pair either.
He does have a clenched jaw though.
And he does have an army of wolves to defend him. Well, dogs.
Elias doesn't need wolves to defend him against Perrin. He can easily murder him. Oh gosh, 1 second.
I think the wolves are the best actors in the whole show.
Yeah, well, wolves.
Well, I mean, they're playing wolves, so I'll give them some credit, you know.
True.
What are they, like Irish wolfhounds or something?
I'm going to find my friends.
But does that mean he needs to abandon his friends?
His French?
I don't think
What?
so. His friends.
Does he have to abandon his French? Well, yes, actually, they always
Well,
surrender.
no. If they're French, best to leave them behind. That's true.
Why am I hearing horses from this range? What is going on?
Oh no, it's a tree, a small one.
We've defeated her. Yay. Why would... Oh my gosh. Why would you even come out until after she's out of range?
Well,
I would
because
waited at least 10 minutes.
no. See, everything that's off screen doesn't exist.
She's not capable of the truth. Because you weren't at the eye of the world.
Mm-hmm. And also, it wasn't the dark one.
You see how she's trying to... She has this dagger sitting over the back of her neck like it's Rand's sword, like she's the boss. Like, do they not use belts in this universe? Like, Rand would carry his sword on his waist.
Yes.
She carried her dagger previously when she had it in her dress pocket or whatever. So why
Don't
are
be
we all
silly.
of a sudden...
Dresses
why are
don't
we all
have
of a-
pockets.
Dresses are sexist. Just saying. It's just...
It's probably true.
What happened to the stable master? Did they murder her and leave her behind the stone? Like, what's going on?
Good point.
Why was other thing? Why was there a random dude that Lanfear ends up like beheading with the one power that we don't actually get to see? Why was he even there in the middle of the dark?
That I don't know, other than for the sake of the plot.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, obviously it's plot armor.
That's
But
all.
As
plot
to
device,
the
whatever.
other woman, you told me I can't say anything yet.
Oh, okay, we can see that. Okay, yeah, we'll get there. I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
We'll get there. Like when you fall over the edge of a wall and you see the ground coming to hit you. We'll get there.
At this point, nothing can surprise me. Just irritate me. Oh, look at poor Perrin walking alone. Oh, look, here
But
comes Hopper.
at least Hopper is accompanying
Why
him.
is a wolf? Why is a wolf barking?
Uh,
Wouldn't they wolf?
I thought we
Or howl?
already went over this. See, I am convinced
Insect
that
chili.
I'm convinced that whoever wrote this doesn't actually know how the wilds areas outside of civilization work.
Oh no!
Oh no.
There's a doorway.
When he's in a cage?
You know what we should do? We should go revive him.
Yeah.
Well, there should be no problems in going into the town because the Shan Shan shouldn't be there because they can't. That's way out of the way, and they can't hold
Remember
it. They've
how I
already announced
said-
this.
Rafe is weaving together all his disparate plots now.
Mm-hmm.
We're stalking through a town. I see a Shan Shan guard in a cage. Why would they have Una on it? Why would they have?
Right.
Why would Una be in a cage? I don't understand.
Some sort of weird version of Vlad the Impaler's tactics, I guess.
No one's gonna hear this. Why are we trying to be quiet and then be?
Oh, okay. So this is where we have Avienda.
Yeah. They've eliminated Gaul.
Well, I'm sure he's in
Well,
there.
no,
as a guy
Gaul's
behind
already
something.
dead, right? He was in that little place in season 1.
Who is
And who's
this
that guy?
person? She's
You'll know
so
who he is.
emo.
You'll know who he is in a few seconds.
Oh wait, is this Gawain?
That
Or
doesn't make
Galad?
any sense, though.
Can I say it, or you want to wait?
Go ahead and say it, because
Dane Bornhold.
What?
Okay. He's not wearing his cloak, which a white cloak, especially Dane, would never do. 2, I thought this is the same town that the Shanshan were just in.
Yep.
They explain it.
I doubt they explain it very well, but okay, they're merging things at light speed. They should be at freaking last battle next episode.
Also, his clothes vaguely resemble
he's
a
literally
monastery
holding
stuff.
a hammer like he's going to smack it. Why would Dane give a crap about Aiel? There's just so many things that are just wrong with this.
He looks like a priest.
How would you freaking know Two Rivers work? Oh my gosh! Ugh.
Well, because everyone takes a holiday in Two Rivers, right? At one
He came
point
from
in their life.
Shinar with Shinar and clothes. How does he? There's a Two Rivers cloak. Oh, he's talking about the ring. Oh, never mind. Why is Dane by himself?
I don't know.
Is this like? Did his group already get killed or something? Aiel don't wander into towns.
I see. So dogs now also are
There's
wolves.
the white cloaks. Shall hold. That's terrible grammar, but okay.
Well, no, he calls him Two Rivers because he doesn't know his name. It's terrible grammar, sure. But it makes some sense.
This exposition is killing me. Because they're like, we're going to explain books worth of stuff in a couple sentences. You might as well just say, and then that's when the dragon defeated the Dark One. And we could just close the whole series and just call it good.
Mhm.
Like, since we're merging stuff at light speed.
We're 5 episodes in. They have to get to the end real fast now. So they have to handle a bunch of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but that's my point, is that we're moving so fast, there's no reason to do anything. Like, Gaul wasn't captured because he wandered into a town. He was captured because him and his buddy were caught off guard by a bunch of men-at-arms that were serving some lords that were Hunters of the Horn in the middle of nowhere. Like, none of the... They're making up random... Well, I mean, we already knew that they're making it up, but I have to point it out, obviously. They're making up so much crap, and they're cramming it together that doesn't make any sense whatsoever on top of that. But obviously, now this means Avienda and Perrin are a match made in heaven because he's got no wife anymore. And
exactly, but wait, what about Fail?
Who? Don't you know Fael gets married to Dane Bornhold? Jeez, what's wrong with you?
What? Oh.
Sheesh.
No,
They'll
I
drop a
must have
line
missed
at the end. They'll go, my parents called me Faila when I was a kid. They'll say something like that.
Oh, yeah. Avienda and Fail are now fused together into one character.
No, they've actually casted Fael.
Oh, they did. Interesting.
Yeah, they have casted Fael. So Fael's in this. She looks like a snob, but I mean, that's probably just the picture they took of her in that one particular time. I don't know if she's actually, she may be a really nice person. I don't know. But she has a hooked nose at least. But she doesn't look Saldean per se. She doesn't have the tilted eyes and stuff.
Yeah.
They gave up on good casting a long time ago. So whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Italian chick. Okay.
Well. Hey, that's us. The questioners.
Yep.
She was to be given no. Oh, Valda. Coincidence doesn't work that way. Oh my gosh.
Well, no, it does for him, because if he sees someone twice, then they must be suspicious.
But he doesn't even see them twice. This is the first time. So how's it a coincidence? It's like, fancy meeting you here. Well, first off, how do you know who I am? And why is it fancy that we're meeting here? Because I don't know you, you don't know me. But fancy, we're here, right? Like, it's coincidence for the dumbest reasons. But you're not going to get the right answers because you're an idiot. That again, most questioners are.
Yeah.
Not this one.
Well, no, not us.
Not us. Those guys, though, we're post, so we're intellectuals. They're pre's. They don't count.
Exactly.
Who's there?
It's Benji.
People in the freaking inn. That's who. Like, oh my gosh.
It's Benji.
Who's there? Oh, he's got his arm in a sling too. That's even better. Whoa, we haven't murdered his father yet? What kind of timeline mixing is this? You can't even do it right.
And of course, because... No, actually, I don't
Well, a
remember.
parent
what
has to get
happened.
Thalme to be blamed for his father's death.
Exactly.
But Lanfear's not going to be confused for 2 days. She's going to stop and be like, wait.
Oh, I see what happened.
Oh my gosh. Moraine is nothing if not ruthless.
Mhm.
This is Shorain, who's completely evil.
Why are all the women evil, all the men are retarded, and nothing makes any sense? Even outside of a Wheel of Time perspective.
Just wait for our hero Leandrin to show up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, this would be good. Because I'm going to kill you. Because reasons.
The fuck is that?
She just sewed her mouth shut.
That's not how the one
What
power
is the
works.
point of sewing your mouth shut? Well, you're right there. That is not how the power works. But first off, what is the point of sewing her mouth shut when you can just chop her head off?
Because
Well,
she's a woman.
This
and
is
she-
more dramatic, right? It's
If
I
by
know.
dramatic you mean retarded, yes. Yes, it is.
well
definitely.
that too, of course.
If you go back to watch, they very rarely kill women on screen in this show. Unless it's parent murdering his wife.
That's a good point. Well, no, they all died
Men!
that one
I
point
forgot.
when they circle channeled.
Yeah. Well,
Because
they
that's
didn't
how that
kill.
works,
They
right?
didn't
But
kill
that,
each
that
other.
was
They were killed.
self-sacrifice.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
self-sacrifice.
fair enough.
They were heroes.
That's okay. Good.
Don't you
Good
forget,
point.
Sage. They were heroes. Don't you forget it.
Imagine when they're gonna build a show Hornerville, and it's not gonna be Arthur Hawke winner. It's gonna be those chicks.
It's just gonna be all women. All women.
Oh god. Yeah.
And they're all gonna be
Brigitte will
gay.
lead them, right?
They'll have Hillary Clinton walk out.
Oh no. Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Freaking, oh my gosh.
Oh god.
All the old wrinkly women. We are the heroes of the horde.
I mean, if that is what happens, I say we give it to the Dark One.
I mean, if I saw
He can
if I
have
saw
the
Hillary
horn.
Clinton and Nancy Pelosi pop out of the horn, I'm not watching any more of the series ever again. Like that's like, you guys got nothing. But I just I forgot that men are expendable, and it's okay if men die because the patriarchy. Because wait, I thought the patriarchy was supposed to send women into battle so that men could not have to do anything, and that women had to do everything for men.
Wait a minute.
So how are the men dying then?
It doesn't make any
confused.
sense.
How are men in a patriarchy dying when women are obviously slaves and have to be used as slave warriors, slave cooks, slave tailors? Like, obviously, like, look at Perrin. He had a slave wife that freaking did all the blacksmithing for him. How on earth could any women be harmed in this? Or, well, men be harmed in this because they're not doing anything. They're only profiting because of patriarchy. I'm confused.
Indeed, it is very
I'm
confusing.
confused. I'm about to be more
Almost.
confused with Lanfear because she's not Lanfear, but whatever. Couldn't the lady literally just go knife and go snip, 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 snip?
Maybe she doesn't have a knife, right?
Well,
I knifed you a question. I'll knife you again.
maybe in terms of logic, it's the one power act. It's like a binding type of thing, but whatever.
Matt, you got really quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah, I don't know what
Any
happened.
change now?
A little
Sounds
bit better.
normal again, I guess.
You're still a bit quiet, but I mean, I
Sometimes
don't know how loud I am, so I'm just guessing.
Sometimes my mic pick up if I go back over here and talk, it fades out a bit. You know.
When I get out of the mic range, oh yeah, imagine
Wow.
No, but I
Who'd
can
have
have this
thought?
mic over there. Like
this
Right?
this subtitle literally is what we were hearing you say.
Okay, so tell me, does this change? Is my volume
No,
changing?
it's fine now.
Is it still the same?
It sounds about normal. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
so-
still kind of quiet comparative to Sage, but
I moved the
you're-
microphone all the way
Oh.
to the left, and you can still hear me, right? But if I do this, and then the microphone's to the right of my voice, you might start to hear the fade out of it just enough of an angle. You know?
You have it just sounds weirder.
Yeah, it's something weird that this, even though the microphone should be
now it's loud again.
omnidirectional.
Yeah, it's-
Now
it
you're
seems-
good right
yeah.
here. Yeah, no relaxing, Matt. How dare you? Is this Leandrin?
Is this Tarv Allen?
Yep, Tarvalon.
Yeah,
This
okay.
this isn't Leandrin.
Or is it? No, it's
Varin Wannabean. I almost said Mathwin, but I realized it wasn't. Get it back, Varin! For how long? Why is there an Asian woman with a Scottish accent? I am confused. I'm so confused.
Yeah,
I
don't
call
know.
that double secret diversity.
I mean, that's not secret at all. That's very much blatant. it's like a confused. Confusion. Without. Everybody's gotta love. I thought little people were being abused when they were taken advantage of by given positions in these series things.
Mhm, yeah.
Peter Dinklage told me so.
No, but that was specifically when they were portraying dwarves, right? This one's portraying a normal person, I guess. Maybe.
I thought she was portraying a dwarf, but okay.
Because there are no dwarves in the Wheel of Time, of course, right?
Are you saying little people don't exist?
No, little people just
Sure.
aren't dwarves.
All dwarves are little people, and all little people are dwarves.
Well, they cured
Wait a
dwarfism
minute.
permanently in the Age of Legends.
Did they?
I'm just throwing it out there.
I mean, that does sound like something they would do.
Why are they portraying Aes Sedai as boozers?
Well, because I don't know. Naomi. Let's look that name up.
Why are we caring about all this random crap? Like,
Or do we?
I thought we had a time limit. I thought we had only so much time in this series, and let's talk about your adventures of reading books. What? What?
Okay, so I cannot remain silent with the spoilers and all that.
I can't do it.
No, because this part with Varen is the only halfway decent hard chunk that's coming up.
I mean,
Because
I like her as an actress. I don't
she
think
does
she's
an
very good
investigation. The character's going to do an investigation, and she's going to be subtle about it. And these two are going to help her. And
Is she going to wear a Sherlock Holmes hat?
well,
It's brown.
I mean, I said within the context of how bad this show is, it's the best part of the show I've seen ever. Right. Anyway, so, but they have to establish Varen could do this sort of stuff for the big reveal later at the end.
The big reveal. Yasuko. Are we in the ways? Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did they get that though?
Magic. How did you attack us with what? I mean, you do realize that countless times in the books, Aes Sedai use the air as like a switch on you.
It wasn't
Like,
an attack merely.
it's not like she burned you with a fireball. Like, she just blew you backwards with air. Like,
Don't you remember she literally had to fight with Leandrin? Where Leandrin hit her in the vagina with the air, and he angered up and powered back.
well, yes, but Nynaeve doesn't have the three.
No, I don't remember that.
Well, you
I
probably
don't
don't want to
that part
remember
of the
that.
book. I don't know what you're talking about.
Stage denied its existence. It's like,
Basically, you broke 3 O's. I broke in more than that. She's a dark friend.
She didn't break the 3-0. It's because shielding someone's not part of the thing.
Because we wanted to restrain women. It was men all along. Wouldn't it be a great queen? We didn't have kings back then. This is a matriarchal society, good sir. We did not have kings. We had queens.
except that's not actually where the 3Ls come from. But hey.
I mean, they came from the nations being concerned with a magic superpower coming out of nowhere. I don't know if it was necessarily because of Arthur Hawkwing, but there were people that were concerned with it, so they placed it upon themselves in order to...
No, I think the 3-0 predates.
Yeah. One of them comes from the responsible War of Power, and the other two are either during or before the Trolloc Wars.
I know. I'm not saying it's from that particular period. I'm saying they put the oaths on themselves due to people, or the superpowers of the world, the country leaders and stuff, not liking, like they wouldn't take their advice or anything because they felt like they could be abused through that magical thing. So they're like, we're going to place this upon ourselves, make it known that we have these oaths.
Yeah, that's all.
And then people,
but instead, they're blaming it
not
on the man Arthur Hawkwing.
Yeah, because why not?
And they can't even mention his name yet.
They don't look inhuman, though.
They are inhuman. They're literally magical people.
But they're magical humans.
You're recruiting me for the Black Archer. What's whatever? What's wrong with saying shadow? Like, the dark just sounds stupid.
They may be worried about a copyright issue.
Why?
I mean,
Because
how
the
can you
shadow
be
is a
copy?
concept in Tolkien?
Well, the shadow's
But
the
it's
concept
also
of
a
evil.
concept in the Wheel of Time.
Yeah,
but
like if
it's
you didn't
not
get
as,
hit, if you didn't get hit by it from the book publishing, you can't get hit by it from a show.
yeah, you could. They're entirely different trademarks and copyrights. Yeah.
But there's the Dark Lord.
Well, a Dark Lord is not a that's not a copyrightable concept because Satan is a Dark Lord. It's literally in text he's called the Dark Lord in actual.
He's the prince. He's the prince. The principalities and stuff like that. But like, I mean, that's like saying the light, like the light of the trees. That's a Wheel of Time concept. You can't use that. Like, I mean, it's like saying the. Well, I've trademarked the in this mode, so you.
The
can't
light
use it
comes out of
yours.
Norse mythology, so like the light elves and the dark elves.
You mean the black elves? Because that's what dark means, apparently.
Well, no, there's two different references: black elves and dark elves, and they think one of them was just another way of saying the dwarves, okay, and the other one are actual underground elves.
I don't understand how you could take a concept, because I mean, good and evil exist in both of them. Both of them are verbally used as good and evil. So if you say evil, you'd be like, well, that's a Tolkien thing. Like, that's a thing from mankind, from civilization to civilization, from the dawn of time. Like,
And
you can't take a
darkness
concept.
/ shadow has always been associated with bad things, generally.
So I'm not sure how this could be.
I could see that someone say call it the Doctor of the Show because we don't want to run into it. I could see lawyers saying that.
It just throws everything off, because it's not like they're saying, oh, because Sauron might come after us. Well, Sauron, I would assume, would be trademarked. So I don't understand this.
Well, in the Lord of the Rings, Sauron was to the unseen world was exerting his shadow upon the world.
I guess. No. I give up. Every woman has her price. So does Leandrin only have Nynaeve? I didn't see the other two. Or maybe
They're in
did
the
I?
background.
The other two are off in the background somewhere. They
If you haven't figured it out yet,
in the
Leandrin.
beginning you had a shot where the other two were sort of leaning towards a wall a bit further back.
This is not kidnapping. This is slavery. White woman.
They've
slave
established
picking
that
somebody who's not
Leandrin
white.
has a connection to Nynaeve in the show.
This bald head thing is just freaking hilarious. It's clearly like a mega mind thing.
Is that text on the side of her head?
Yes.
It's carved in like it is for Turok.
Yeah, but on the side it looked like there was something written there.
Why would it be a civil war? You could easily have a knife in the dark, just pop them, and be like, "Oh no, what happened?" And then, obviously, I mean, they don't have seekers in this because that's too much story time. But you'd literally take over. Like, you would merge the story really quick. Like, She doesn't have a text now.
Or does
She said
he?
leashes. She said leashes. How dare you enslave women with pacifier leashes?
Yeah, they just had to make it weird, didn't they?
It's like they're like, well, we said leashes, so clearly leashes. But I'm like, but so far the Damani rule the Suldam, not the other way around. So what's the point of Suldam? What? You may be chosen, admitting she's a dark friend, but you're not of the blood.
This is harsh. This is
Why
harsh
does that
speaking
matter?
truth to power.
I'm missing something because I'm pretty sure he outranks you in the dark friend totem pole. And
I'm
if you
pretty
don't do
sure
what he
Book
says,
Ishmael would
he
just
kills
compulse
you,
her to
and
shut
then,
up.
huh?
I'm pretty sure Book Ishmael
Yeah,
would just
that's true.
compulse her to shut up.
Oh, he would have just killed her. That's how he shuts her up.
No, well, he needs her. He would have been like compulsion, shut up, stop talking. You know.
Well, he doesn't need her.
And for this context, he does.
He'd just compulse Turok and have
Well,
everything.
he could do that
But
too.
he has his own Trolloc army.
He has Trollocs too. And they keep mentioning a war. We haven't mentioned anything about a war.
Well, we don't know why he wants this army.
Apparently, because nothing in the story makes sense.
No, what I mean is, like the theory could it could be that he's trying to have the Shuan Chan invade to wipe out the defenses, and they don't know he's going to kill them all with Trollocs.
Could be.
Sure, I guess. It's just weird hearing Ishamael be like, please.
Well, yeah, I mean,
why are they making it seem like it matters why you swear your oaths to the Dark One, as much as the fact that you swore oaths to the Dark One? Like, I want wealth. Nobody cares. Now your soul's to the Dark One. Like, it doesn't matter why. Like the same thing for Leandrin. It doesn't matter why you swear to the Dark One. The fact is, you swore to the Dark One. Game over, man. Game over. Like, baldy head. It's clearly bigger. It's funny.
it's growing. It's like watching a tumor grow in real time.
I forget myself. It's because you never were. Her head is so malformed. It's funny. High quality, let me tell you.
I see they hinted at the prophecy.
I'm confused. I'm confused. I am so confused. First off, he has a Doctor Strange sling ring on his hand. Second off, her head's massively malformed and this looks absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, I just hate how they make the prophecies all sound stupid.
I mean, have they
Well,
made
maybe not
anything
stupid.
not sound stupid, but
Yeah, but they could have just lifted that straight from the books. Why not?
well, they could have done that the entire series, good sir.
True.
Like, I mean,
True.
invalid argument.
Just having someone read the book to you, like live, would be more entertaining than this.
I suppose.
That's fair.
There's so many creaking doors in this room with Perrin.
It's not solid Two Rivers construction.
Is this the part where him and Avienda get out and they kill a bunch of white cloaks?
Probably.
How did Dane not notice he's holding a sledgehammer, like, and ready to smack something? Oh, they're trying to make this a whole big thing about. Purely quiet, man. Let me tell you. His
They're
head is
both
so
way
stiff.
too short.
I mean, he's a pretty tall guy, to be fair. He's like 6'4" or something like that.
He's 6'4"?
He's pretty tall. He's the tallest one in the cast, as far as I'm aware. Maybe with the exception of maybe Loyal. People shouldn't be in cages. Wait, are you a people? What? I didn't know this. But we're just gonna leave Uno because
He's not a person anymore. He's dead, right? I don't know how that works.
Ta'adad? What the heck is Ta'adad? It's the Ta'adad ideal. What's the Ta'adad? Like
A tar dad is the parent of a tar baby.
oh, I thought it was a Ta'adad. Like it's so... Sheesh, I didn't feel Rafe would have the balls to use the hard R in this show.
So,
Mom was told me life is like a box of chocolate.
in preference for, think about this for what's about to come. Dane has established that he knows that she's a real threat, right? Like he's in no terms.
He's already established that she is, yeah.
Yeah, right. Yet, just watch. Just keep that in mind and watch.
It's the perfect time to have your intro.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, it's White Cloaks.
So they were surrounding them. He knows how dangerous she is, yet he let her out of the cage.
That would be a smart thing.
The
The
battle
long shoulder
axe.
pauldrons. Well, he's gonna have to have an axe after this, I'd assume.
True.
Oh no, we're surrounded by a bunch of... You're literally off-centering. You can just walk into one. I'm a strong, independent woman. I don't need no man.
Well, I mean, technically, as an Aiel, she's way more at this point, way more complicated.
That's not a veil. That's a mask. Oh no, we're gonna do this whole thing in one session. Oh, I'm about to see terrible choreography, aren't I?
It's not the worst choreography in the show.
He's gonna use the hammer. I just realized why the White Cloaks aren't fully armored. It's because if they were fully armored, this would be ridiculous. Like, I'm gonna punch you square in the gut, and it's just like they don't punch you like that. Like they would hit ligaments and stuff that could be immobilized, like your joints.
Would they have planned this so far ahead of time, though?
What?
The fact that,
so?
we must give the White Cloaks no armor so that we can have this scene in
Well,
season 2,
you
episode
have to
5.
remember, Sage, they had a very small budget. They couldn't afford armor.
Yes. So
Now-
why would you say this is the reason they didn't have it?
Taking nothing away from Avienda as a character.
I am taking all the timelines of the reasons is why they don't do things and melting them together like they are the show. So
Taking
Fair
nothing away from Avienda as a character, and even taking nothing away from show Avienda, right? This would be far more believable if this was Bane. Gaul, rather Gaul. If this was Gaul.
I am Bane.
No, if this were Gaul, rather, because Gaul is what, 6'5" or something. Like he's big.
Well, Avienda's like up mid lower 6 foot.
mean,
Like she's still big.
Avienda is still
it's not
very
the
tall.
height that's the
But
issue.
she's not like built like a dude. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, women
but she's an
biologically
alien,
do
so
not
that's
have the ability to do
compensates, maybe?
what happens. Now, a martial artist against a whole bunch of dudes that aren't martially trained, like martial arts trained, could
Right,
potentially do
but-
some damage, but not to this many people, not at once. And there's two like.
If you're trained with
I
a
once
sword,
heard of-
though, you are trained in martial arts.
well, martial arts. I mean, like specifically like karate, taekwondo, aikido, that kind of stuff. Like martial
Yeah.
arts, like
Well, in
hand-to-hand combat.
HEMA,
It's
European.
equivalent to training in weapons, right? So you
Yeah.
can't just
Yes,
go,
but
oh,
swinging a sword,
you're
it doesn't
super-
take nearly as much mastery for a peasant to learn how
Fair
to
enough,
do
fair
as you
But
know.
we're not
years and
talking
years of-
peasants. We're talking trained soldiers here. Trained
Well,
European soldiers
trained
learn
is a bit of a
pugilism and they learn
stress. They're
wrestling.
we
disciplined. I wouldn't say they're
assume
trained.
that they're trained, right?
We
In,
assume they're trained.
in terms of real life comparison, like these guys would have been professional soldiers or possibly knights. They would have been trained not only in swordsmanship but in pugilism and wrestling.
Well, I would defer to a martial artist who mentioned that a woman who's trained highly in martial arts against a non-trained but massive man, the man would still win, even if she's fancy, even if, like,
Well, the
whatever,
answer is
because
it depends.
he's going to hit harder if he lands. She has to land on him. He knows that. Therefore, he just has to wait for her to try to land.
Well,
and he, like, that's it. It's game over.
Every 20 pounds, when you count,
Also,
every 20
Unless
pounds,
you're like super good at technique, you need the weight.
Well, yeah, but like if you're trying to flip somebody, you have to be able to lift their weight at bare minimum. Like you can have a guy who's smaller than a
not
bigger dude
necessarily.
pick up a guy.
It
if he
depends
has
on
he
the
has
type
ability
of
to.
I
technique.
mean, granted, when I wrestled, I was a big guy. I was almost 6 feet tall, and I have 240 pounds or whatever. But there were guys who were like half my weight who could easily flip me with just leverage. You know,
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
but
there's some
you
level
can-
of
you
leverage,
need
but you still have
strength,
to have
right?
you still have to have that level of strength to be able to leverage.
not
Because
it's.
I've put people over my back before. If
I'm
I
not talking. No. You're misunderstanding. It's not all about lift flipping. There's like takedowns where you literally just move a certain way. I don't remember the terminology, and you could be doing a stand up grapple with the person in freestyle wrestling, and you can't. Oh, you're not allowed to actually throw people. People know that in amateur field you can't actually suplex people. So you have to get thrown to the ground. You'll get disqualified. We would suplex people all the time in practice because they don't really hurt. But anyway. So one thing you can do if you could kind of slip in and do kind of like the wrestling equivalent of a judo toss, where you just get them slightly off balance and then shift your weight, and they just fall down to the side of you.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you like
Yeah,
judo.
even
is a term
that,
for throwing, but even
you
that
can't
requires
overcome
something.
super high weight differences with that.
Well, unless you know how to counter the technique.
A mouse versus an elephant. A mouse can't flip an elephant.
Except,
But
but that's a bit
that's an
extreme,
extreme example.
right?
We're talking people.
Well, I know it's an
you know,
extreme example, but even if you change it to slight less differences, like there's a less difference between me and my wife can't flip me.
Mhm.
I understand the if I'm a trained soldier, you're also not going to flip me. I don't believe the IU went around flipping people. They went around just taking people and tearing them to pieces.
Mhm.
There's a
Wow,
difference.
spear stabbing, right?
Well, no, like even hand-to-hand combat, they could still they were super deadly with hand-to-hand combat. But the difference is that when you have trained soldiers, they weren't throwing around like rag dolls.
Mhm.
They were just killing them. They're just like finding
Exactly.
a weak point like the throat and just that's all you have to do. You don't have to flip somebody to kill them. So like Avienda here could be killing these guys just from finding their weak points, their soft points, and taking them out. That's completely believable from what we know of the IEL. But a woman of her stature against somebody who's bigger than her or heavier than her or more muscle mass, she's not going to be able to just go, "Waha!" just all these things. Like every film that's ever been talked about by a martial arts master or whatever has been like, this is highly unrealistic. This is not how fights actually take place in the real world. That's my point.
And when
I'm
it
not
comes
saying that
to
she can
martial
kill
arts,
people. I'm just saying.
Well, that's
can
why I said it's not
compensate-
because she's a
you
woman;
can
it's because she's
compensate
small.
a lot with technique, but
Yeah, but
there is a
small
reason
man
you
has a
have-
higher chance because of build and body mass.
exactly.
I would disagree.
Well, maybe
No,
not if
I
he's the
wouldn't
same
say
size.
a man who's scrawnier and less athletic, she could probably outperform that guy. But in terms of like, if you put both of them side by side up against a man, men typically have just an inherent strength that women have to work extra hard.
Oh yeah,
to get to.
that's totally agree.
Not saying that's every instance. There are some women that are stronger than some men. That's not a thing. That's
No,
more
I
of an
think
exception
we
to the rule than the rule.
But the question is, how much would IEL training compensate for that?
well, that's
Well,
why
how
I
much-
said it'd be much
how
better.
much
if
Because
this
they're
was,
not
Training
the
is IEL
average
wrestling rather
women,
than just
right?
killing, because IEL train to kill. They train to survive and to win. They don't train to throw you around. They're like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab your neck and punch your throat. You can't breathe anymore, so I can snap your neck or whatever. But even snapping someone's neck takes an exorbitant amount of power to do. You can't just do that. Like I think if somebody was talking about either Star Wars, I think it was like Sabine in the Ahsoka
Actually, it
series or
doesn't know. It
whatever.
takes like 6 pounds of pressure.
Well, somebody
Well, you need
went,
to know how to do it.
there's a specific function you have to
And if
do.
you don't
if
do that
somebody's-
correctly, it becomes really difficult.
Yeah, like you can put
Well,
somebody to sleep or knock them
I hate
unconscious.
to. Hopefully, no one's watching and hears this, but you're doing the side to side. You have to loosen up the neck one way first to unlock the like you would defend if someone tried to turn it this way to break it, you would have defense against that.
You just
So-
lock it. Yes. Well, that's what I'm
If you
saying. It's like I think it
rapidly
was.
do this to shift your defense this way and then flip back. It sort of does
I'm pretty sure it was an Ahsoka series thing where a girl like slides in. I mean, it could be something else other than this, but it basically this girl slides, kicks a guy, and then just basically like flings herself and basically uses him like a pole and just swings around him, and the guy was dead. And it's like that's not realistic. And the guy who was like covering it was like a weapons or martial arts guy, and he was just like, it requires way more force than that to do that to a person like that. Now, if you catch him off guard and you, like that, you could probably do that. But this is somebody
Star
who
Wars
knows
because they have the
there.
Force.
But Sabine's
I
not
don't
a
know.
force user.
If you
Sabine
use
now-
yourself as a sort of spinny thing,
She's
that
spinning
weight
around him like a stripper on a
probably-
pole. Like
Sabine is a Force user now.
well, in the scene as of then, she didn't have the force capabilities. If they have given it to her, because as far as I'm aware, she's a Mandalorian, she doesn't have force
No,
capabilities.
she's a trainee now. She's a Jedi.
Well, she can
trainee
use
now.
she can use a lightsaber, but I don't think she can use the force. But maybe
She's
she can.
by
I
Ahsoka.
think, well, yes, but I'm saying in the newer episodes, from what I understand, they're using like force training for her because all it takes is heart and spirit and soul to become a force user.
No, she's a very weak Force sensitive, is what they're saying. They say she.
Yeah, but even then, if she wasn't trained in it, she wouldn't be able to use the force. But she didn't use the force. She literally just flung around him like a body.
All I'm
So-
saying is you can't Star Wars. You can't. It's not the combat's not realistic in any way close to the presence of the Force.
Well,
Yeah,
because they're
technology.
wizards with sword sticks.
But
or
anyway,
sticks,
I can't say I have experience in breaking people's necks, right? Because that's not allowed.
I can. I mean, what?
Well, Coach explained that
But I
stuff.
do
when we
know
were
how
learning
to
how-
do arm
Coach
breaks. and
Coach
stuff.
taught us actual like catch wrestling in practice.
Ooh.
When I was
For kill wrestling like WWE. What?
well, he would explain like why. Like he says, well, if you do this, you got to be careful because you don't want to break the guy's neck or dislocate his arm or whatever he was saying. You know, he would always explain the catch wrestling part and say, in the actual rules, this is what you have to do. You know?
Well, we need to finish because
Yeah.
we're not going to have enough time at this rate. So, fight scene really bad, and he just hammered somebody. And I like Dane's just standing there like, "What's going on?"
I mean, that was a good arm break thing, though.
But you would never do that in combat.
I would never.
Well, I mean, you
that
do that in judo.
all this
at
this
least.
stuff would not happen from an IEL. Like we're doing flips and flapdoodles. Like they're going for the IEL or martial art experts, and he's flailing with that axe.
You can tell it's neither of those actors doing these scenes.
Or what, little man?
Still, Perrin has no axe.
I
No,
would
he
like to
gets
point-
the axe from her, probably.
I would like to point out the entire point of him going to that village literally didn't happen.
Also, are you allowed to use axes in combat?
I have never, ever, ever had an IEL mentioned as using an axe or anything other than spears
Well,
or hands.
I mean, the philosophy seems to be that they can't use anything explicitly designed for killing people, like swords. So if
They
it
could
has
use a tool. They could use a tool axe. That's a battle axe. That's not a tool.
Yeah,
axe.
that's definitely a
but
weapon axe.
I mean, Yes, but in action, they can tell you the bad house
I
cut a
mean,
tree. It won't
we
do
don't
very well.
we don't see them walking around with like tomahawks. So I mean,
Mhm.
the spear does everything they could ever want for that. But they also don't cut trees down, as far as I can tell.
Wow, I mean, there's not many trees in the
Well, they have to
West,
get
are
wood from
there?
someplace out there.
Well, that's what the
True,
men are
but
for.
hmm.
Sorry, I had to. Anyway. Men are just Pinocchios. But whatever direction you're going to. Banging loose therein. Casual, cool. It's Lanfear Semirog now?
Yeah, but see, if you fall asleep, you're not automatically in Teleron Realms.
Oopsie.
Oops. Yep.
That's what caffeine's for, buddy. It's not like I'm going to sleep and then bam, hey, I found Rand. Like,
Wow, this looks way too modern.
here's a surprise. It's because it is.
Yeah.
She's making sandwiches.
That is a hideous haircut.
Who's this guy?
The nephew. He's probably going to become the new king or something. We're not in a hurry. She sounds like she has a slur. This is like an awkward scenario where it's just like
Yeah.
reasons.
Ah, Barthanes, yeah. Was he a Dark Friend?
Barthanes was, yes. He also got killed by Pedon Fane, so there's that. When did Kyrie have a queen?
Well, since last episode, I think.
Oh, that's right. Because the matriarchy took over.
Yeah.
But why are there so many men then? Wouldn't they be enslaved or something?
Um,
I'm
maybe.
confused.
But
This-
it's
this-
still a
this
work in
program-
They
progress.
just all have female haircuts now.
That too. But
That's
mean-
true. Yeah.
I mean, he has a ponytail and he has the wavy, weird, crimped hair. Whatever that is. But Queen Galdrian?
Mhm.
What? For one,
Interesting.
Galdrian was a dude. Two, Galdrian and Barthanes were fighting for power in Kyrian. So that wouldn't make much sense to be like, yeah, we're just going to join forces all of a sudden.
Well, maybe Galdrian is trans now.
Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe, no, it doesn't really, but
I mean, that's how they got the wood over to the Aiel, at least.
is it though?
People don't understand what happiness is, apparently. It's going to have dragons on it. Distraction technique! She has like blood splattered on her chest, and he's like, "Oh, but Rand, you have blood."
Mm-hmm.
It's Sheridan. Oh, Varen and Sheridan.
Interesting. That's the Mistress of Novices is the last to hear about this.
Why is Varen holding this kind of power over her?
Novices can do that?
That's something that literally cannot happen. They're not allowed to leave the Tower of Ground.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatsoever.
Also, I thought Sheriam was a dark friend as well.
She is.
She is. But she doesn't have a hand in any of this, technically, at this point in the story.
Remember, not all the Dark Friends knew who all the other Dark Friends were.
That's fair.
They had the hearts, where there's like 3 of them knew each other, and then one of those.
But maybe if
Leandrin
Leandrin went like to whoever was in charge of her, said, "Oh, I'm bringing these guys out of the tower. Could you send someone
again,
to do stuff?"
They wouldn't need
normal.
They didn't need to do that in the books. So why would they need to do that here?
Because they don't care about.
Why can't Sheriam be like, wait, somebody's missing? Why are they missing? Instead, she's like, oh look, they signed out here. Well, who signed them out? That should be the first question. Who sent them out? Not
they'll explain. They
worth remembering.
They explain it. They do explain this.
I don't believe you.
Only book people know the answer. Just keep going with it.
We'll hear from Cain in a few days' time, yeah. She's a questioner. I knew it. I don't know why they're making Sheriam seem so nervous.
She's not seeming nervous. She's seeming something else.
Ready to murder somebody?
Just.
Why would a dark friend write logs for this?
Don't know, but those logs also probably would have been better in a more vertical book, let's say.
My eidetic, my perfect memory just happened to come into play at the happening point in time and everything. And
also,
Baron set that whole thing.
Why would they call this eidetic memory?
Well, I get that.
Well,
because clearly the audience, clearly the audience knows what that means.
Well, the smart college writers who wrote the show wouldn't know what that word means.
Why does she say she's got an idiotic memory for? What's going on?
But, I mean, we know what it means, right? But would the people...
Do we though?
Do we know? Yes.
What they should have said is my perfect memory. That's just what you should have said.
That would be more accurate for the
general audience.
Tower people. Well, not for the general audience, but also for in-worlds.
To memorize things I see came in handy here. That would have been perfectly fine too. They wouldn't call it perfect memory in the fantasy era, so. What does a tremor have to do with anything? Have these people never written before? Like written
also,
down?
Did she say show me?
Yes.
Well, she has eidetic memory. She can reproduce it exactly.
To be fair,
that's not how that works.
That means your memory remembers it. That doesn't mean you can actually replicate it.
It kind
of
a
little different. You have to be a whole other level of autistic on top of having a perfect memory to do that. Those are two different things.
I don't have quite a photographic memory, but like
I mean, I remembered how the map looked in Wheel of Time, but my drawing ended up like this.
Yes, That's actually
Like-
a very good.
Like
a very
my
good example.
memory, like when I remember something, remembers exactly the way I remembered it, even if it's wrong.
Yes, but
And
if
I
I
could-
tell
yeah.
you to look at the Mona Lisa and remember exactly how it looks, and I say draw me
then
the Mona Lisa, you're not
redraw
going to be
it.
able to draw the Mona
But
Lisa.
that's because I can't draw. But if
Exactly, but we don't
if
know.
you ask me what is this, what is on page 17 of the DMG first edition?
Yeah, but you can't
know-
replicate handwriting with just looking at it.
Like it
With-
doesn't
if you're not
necessarily
also
follow
an
that perfect
expert
memory
in forgeries.
also adds to like I can do said
Well,
thing.
they have a magic power that could compensate.
That's not how magic powers work.
Yes, it is.
It might work like that in this show. Who knows?
If that was the case, you would never have any secrets in the availability of open.
That's why
Just be
they
like-
constantly lock things away with the one power in the tower.
She just stole the paper.
She just happens to have a slip of Sheriam's usual. So she
Did
said.
she?
That's not a tremor. That's literally just gibberish.
Why would that make you shiver with your hand? Would it? I don't think that's in the Three Oaths.
But we don't know what's in the show's Three Oaths.
But that's a good point.
One
To
must
speak no
bang
word that is
every
not
other
true.
hour with another.
To make no weapon with
sister.
which one man may kill another, and to never use the one power as a weapon.
No. That's books. We're talking
Yeah.
the show. One must bang another girl every other hour. One
Okay,
must
ooh,
always, every chance possible, demean.
Be
a man.
insufferable, yes.
Well, that comes part and parcel with it. They don't have to have an oath for that. They
Fair
must demean a man at every possible attempt,
Mhm.
and they must. Well, I haven't come up with a third one yet, but I'm sure it'll present itself.
They aren't allowed to use compulsion on other people. That's number three.
That's clearly.
They're not allowed to use compulsion.
No, but that's specifically this case.
Yeah.
She said it would be against the oath.
Only the book readers would know that Leandrin has a talent for it.
Well, that's not
True.
even compulsion. Compulsion. It's like a child version of compulsion.
Well, but she figured out how to use it that way, and even though it's illegal to research it and all that. So, but they never gave you the explanation in the show as to how that happened. They're just saying it happened.
Yeah.
Well,
Also,
yeah.
actually,
Let's get going so we can get some more of this out of the way. We got 30 minutes left still, or 25,
That's
I should
fair.
say, because it's always 5 minutes left over.
Mhm.
I think the actress that plays Varen is a decent actress. I just don't think she's a very good Varen.
Oh, would you look at that? We are
It's a
now.
vagina. That was a vagina, folks. Women's
Yes.
vaginas.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Also, we are now in
Now we're trying to go back to the
Asia?
books.
I guess.
Asia. This is the
This
freaking
seems a bit-
tropics.
Yeah, South Asia, Indonesia,
It's Megamind.
Indochina, maybe India as well. I assume it looks like this, right? I've never been there. But
look
if
like
they're
bird
all
guys.
knocked out, how are they
Why
escaping?
did you pull them off the horses and you just take the horses? Sleepy time.
And why is she so angry? I thought this
What?
was
That's the only accurate thing about Leandrin. She's always angry.
fair enough.
Just
Ah,
gonna
yes.
lay them down in the back, nowhere near us. Leandrin doesn't give two craps about what happens to the Shan Shan.
Well, that's
She
book
says-
Leandrin.
I
Mhm.
know. I don't know why this one does either. She just literally portrays women.
Because this Leandrin has a redeeming quality. Don't you remember?
Except for the ones they use in Army. Wait,
they?
did she say Soldom?
Yeah, the Suldam trained to control the Damane apparently now.
She didn't say control. She said they use.
Okay, they trained to earn the rights.
All right,
to...
here we go. We're gonna go through this again. But we're talking about channeling. So they
Yeah,
proved...
but they earn their rights to use the bracelets to make this Damane channel.
That's not what she's saying, though. She didn't say they train to earn their right. Remember, we're talking about women who can channel. That she's saying Soldam have earned.
But they do
their
some sort
right.
of training, and they earn the right to use the one power through the Damane.
But
That's
not
the
what she
only thing that
said.
makes sense. But she didn't say
It's
that
not gonna make
Suldam.
sense, good sir. Remember, which
She
one of the
also didn't say the Suldam are the ones channeling the one power.
But she was talking about those who have the ability to channel, and then she said Soldam, not the money.
No, she says we
Suldam.
respect the one power so much that
Going back.
you need to go way back.
We're going way back. What you do is the woman is abomination. Perhaps Shanshan should learn proper respect for the one power. On the contrary, we respect the one power so much. We don't believe that anyone should wield it by accident of
No
birth.
one should wield it by accident of birth. Yes.
Yes. No one should wield it. We're talking about wielding. Now we're
And
switching to
by
Soldam.
accident of birth, right?
Yes. Yes.
So now the Suldam trained for years to prove
Control the
themselves
Damane.
worthy to
But they
earn
don't say
their
control.
rights.
That's the thing. They're saying our Soldam trained for years to prove themselves worthy. They earn their right.
Yes. They
We
earn
haven't
their
mentioned
rights.
Damane once. We were only referencing Soldam,
Because
which
they're
I
not
might add
people.
another thing.
Because the Damane aren't people. Remember that.
But they're the wielders. That's my point.
They're not wielders.
They're not the
Suldam is
wielders.
wielder.
The Suldam wields the Damane, you could say.
No. You're not understanding. The Damane use the one power. The Soldam
yes.
cannot use the one power in the Shanshan's eyes.
Mhm.
Therefore, the Shanshan believe that the Soldam controls a Damane to use
Yes.
the one power. But the Soldam doesn't control the power. They cannot
Yeah, they
earn
do.
the right
They
to
control the power by virtue of controlling
not
the
by
Damane.
direct usage of the power. They control the
Does it
power.
matter?
No, of course,
Does it matter?
that's not
Well,
what
it
she
does.
says. It's
Technicalities are my
irrelevant.
speciality, good sirs. Like this.
Well, your
this matters.
technicality conflicts with their law in the show.
And
Well, their
also,
law
your
is crap, as
technicality
usual.
is built upon things she didn't actually say.
No. It's based on what she did say. She said,
Yes,
we're talking
But
about
what
women
she
who
says
can-
does not
who-
exclusively mean
Sage,
that
hold
the
on.
Suldam control the one power.
It's saying we're talking about women who can channel.
Mm-hmm.
Damane are women who can channel. They are reduced because they're Marath Damane when they're not.
They aren't
captured.
allowed to channel by themselves because they don't allow people to
Yes.
wield one power by accident of birth.
Yes.
And thus the
Yes.
Suldam, they
Ah,
train for years
but now you're
to
jumping.
prove themselves worthy to
So this is
control
literally
the
what Suraf said.
Damane.
I know, no. What I'm saying is exactly the word she stated. We're talking like this is how topics work. We're talking about women who can channel, who can.
No, we're not.
Channel. Yes.
Yeah, but that's like
No,
saying
we're
this.
talking about the Sean Chan ethics.
They're talking
and-
about the one power, not the wielders of it.
She literally said wield the one power.
No
She
one
said-
should wield the one power.
Correct.
Yes, no one should. And then she says the Soldam earned their right.
Correct. Because
Mhm.
Not
no
their,
one,
their right to
no one,
control
okay.
the wielder of the one power.
No one
But they're
refers to people. The Damane aren't people.
Exactly.
But they
The
do
Damane had a
recognize them
tool
as living
used
beings.
to
And they do
wield.
recognize that they were, in fact, women. They treat them less than. They treat
They
them like
treat
slaves.
them like you treat
But a s-
trained dogs.
Yes, but they also treat them like slaves. They own them.
Mhm.
But even a dog.
No, they treat
would-
them worse than slaves.
I didn't. Well, actually, depending on how they behave, they could.
They
treat
treat
better
them
than
the way we
slaves,
treat
but-
cows.
but, they don't butcher them.
Oh,
But
really?
they don't because they're valuable. They're highly valuable. Way
Well,
more valuable
we
than
treat
you would
them the way we
train
treat
a-
dairy cows. There. Does that make you happier?
But dairy cows run out of their use. These wouldn't. But my point is that there's something where even if they believe they're lesser than a dog or whatever, even the Soldom treat them nice because they treat them like an animal, like Bessie, if you want to go with the cow analogy. It's Bessie, she's doing so good. But they treat them as the object that controls the one power that does as the Soldom wishes.
Yes.
That's my point.
They treat them
How
as
is
the
that
object which
contradictory
generates
to
the
what
one
she's
power.
saying?
Because the Soldom, even in your analogy, would never control the one power. They don't even wield it.
They control the demane.
But
Yes.
do you shoot bullets out of your hands, for example, to go with this sort of
Yes, I do.
semi-American?
Surprisingly. You may not know this, but
Right, so we say you shoot someone if you use a gun, for example, but you're not making the bullets go towards the other person by yourself, right? You use the tool as a middleman.
yes, they use
make
the money
this.
as a tool. Yes.
Yes.
But
So
the
how is
tool,
that different from saying I shoot someone with a gun, right? But then leaving out the with a gun part, versus I channel the one power with a demane.
but that would not. You would not be channeling. You'd be controlling the channeler.
Yes, you're controlling the gun as well. But yeah, we still say
Yes, but the
you
gun
shoot.
is not doing any effect outside of what you control. Like,
That's the
if a gun-
demane.
A demane has a magical infused aspect
But you
aside from
can't-
themselves.
But
You're
you
not
can't use it
controlling them
without the
as a
Sultan's consent.
Mm-hmm. The Suldam
Yes,
is
but she
directing
still
exactly
has
what
the
the demane
ability.
does.
It's like, okay, if you had a gun that was sentient, then your argument might have some validity.
Okay, let's use
But
that.
your guns don't have sentience, therefore it doesn't hold. It's a tool that cannot do anything without its owner.
Mm-hmm.
So
It
it's
cannot
not.
do. No. A demane are forced. Okay, if you put a trigger guard on a gun, then yes. But if you put a trigger guard on a gun, you can't pull the trigger. You can't use it as a tool. It becomes a clump of metal. It's missing. You're missing a component.
Yeah,
in
but the
analogy.
demane literally
And that's the
cannot
component I'm pointing
channel
out.
on their own.
But okay, a demane, a Marath demane.
Assuming, of course,
can-
they have the color already.
Hold on.
Right?
Marath demane can channel, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. The collar prevents them from doing that ability on their own. They have to be given permission to. So if I was to say,
Sultan has to
They
train
literally
to give them
cannot
permission.
not do it.
well, they don't have to train to do the permission. They have to earn the permission. They have to go to somebody and say, I have the capacity. Because remember, when they go from village to village, they put on the bracelet to see
Yeah.
if they can.
They didn't say what the
wield it.
training was, right? It could be
I
like
know, but that's what the
physical training.
That's the training. You have the ability to. All they're going to train you is in your ability to bow before
Follow
nobility.
orders, yes.
Yes, that's your training as a Soldam.
And that's
but you
their
have to have
training
the capacity
to prove themselves worthy. Yeah.
Yes, but
No one
But-
said there wasn't a pre-selection before the training.
well, you have to have the capacity to do so. Now, if
Yeah.
you were saying I have a magical floating gun that I can tell to shoot somebody, then yes, I control it. But in itself is a magical sentient being. Therefore, it is the one doing the things. I'm just telling it what to do. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It should, because that's about as technical deep as you can get without it not making sense. So, what I'm saying is the wordage she's using doesn't make sense in the technical
Because you're
aspect of
interpreting
language.
it differently than we are.
That's because I'm interpreting it correctly. And you're, but my point being is that the way she's saying it, it's like people all the time use words incorrectly. It happens on a daily basis, all the flipping time. It's just the way it is. But this is how we know it's bad writing, because they're making her say something that doesn't attribute itself to the proper thing. If she said, "Our Soldam train the demane to earn the right to use the one power," that's different. That would be a proper.
But the demonic never have the right to use the one power.
They do. They have
No,
the
they
right
don't.
to use the one
They
power.
never
they
have
do.
the right to use the one power.
When the Soldam tell them they can. That's when they have
That
the
means
right.
you don't have the right.
No. It's saying you can use the one power because I said so. It means I have the right to use the one power.
No,
at
it
that
doesn't.
point.
It's not what the word right means. Your rights are inherent and exercisable only by you.
See, the issue here is that
Yeah, that's
the
not how right-
demane
That's
is not
2000
given permission to use the one power. They're literally forced to use
permission.
it. They cannot deny the let's use the one power requests.
Yes, because of the collar. Well, I mean, they can deny it. They just get punished for it.
No,
That's
they
why
can't
they get
not
trained.
channel.
Wait, who can't not channel?
If you're a Demane and you have the collar, right, and the Suldam says channel this, you cannot not channel.
You can. Because what they do is they punish you. When you don't do things that you're supposed to do, they punish you by making you feel
No,
you're getting
you
hit
can't,
or nails
because
flying in your skin.
the Suldam actually controls the power.
You're telling me they control a weave they can't see or can't do anything with.
Yes.
Because they say, Damane, stop those people or wrap them in air. That's what they do. They communicate their will to the Damane through the collar. The Damane still has to perform the function, because there's several times where Egwene was told through the collar to do something. She didn't want to do it. She felt pain. She felt anguish. They train the Damane to reflexively respond to the Soldam. The Soldam train them to do what they want them to do. Just like a dog.
I'm
A
not
dog.
too sure about that one.
Well, yeah, but then they know then the
It's
Demani are no longer people. They no longer have free will.
To play dead, and it does play dead. You still have to train the dog to play dead. The dog has to understand that it has to play dead when it's commanded to. It's the same concept.
And then the Demani no longer has free will. Therefore, she's no longer a person.
Mm-hmm.
But a dog doesn't necessarily have free will.
A dog never has free will. It can never be a person.
Because it's not sentient, it doesn't have free will.
Well, that's overcomplicating like the argument. You know,
this whole argument's been complicated enough by the poor language that they use. All I'm saying is that they use the wrong language, and it comes out wrong.
It might.
That's
You in the
that-
sense
that's
that
just a
you could have
monument.
explained what she's trying to say better. I would agree with that.
Yes, I'm saying that it's a monument to the poor writing skill of the writers. They could have said it in a. It's saying like earlier when we were talking about like, well, we could have described this and said this instead. We could have done this instead of this. Like, we can use better words to explain it. And that's the thing, is that the way she says it makes it sound like the Soldam, which have been completely useless.
Yeah.
And
It makes it sound like that. That's
because
that's true.
all we've seen from the Soldam is them silently following behind the person who channels. That's all we've seen. Or are the Soldam the ones with the pacifiers, and the Damani are the ones that follow behind them? We don't know. But the Soldam in that case would actually be wearing plain dresses instead of the Damani. So like it's a really confusing setting, because the Soldam are supposed to.
These are the
actually
Shochan, not the
outflank.
Shonchan. So
Yeah, but the Soldam are there to give orders. That's what they do. They give orders and control. They have to talk. Not a single Soldam, if the guys with the blue paint on their mouths and everything are the Soldam, they haven't done a thing this entire time except walk. That's it. So a Soldam is supposed to speak to the Sojin or the Lord or Lady or whatever the relationship is in that time period. And then the Damane reacts based upon what the Soldam does. So the Soldam, if for example, if a Sojin told the Damane to do something, the Soldam would say, "Do it, Linny," or "Do it, Barbara," or "Do it, Sally," and then they would do it. Unless they were told, like if they had a close enough relationship where they knew that instantaneously, "I want you to do this." Because the collar allows them to send emotions and stuff, much kind of like similar to the water bond, except in this case, it can inflict emotions. It can inflict pleasure. It can inflict pain, that kind of a thing. So far, we haven't seen any of this demonstrated, so we don't know. Like, if you go to a person who's never seen the show before or read the book before,
okay.
they're like, "What's a Soldam?"
We have
know.
extra
Which one's
knowledge
the
here, right?
Yeah, we're meta playing at this. They don't know anything. So from what she's saying to a non-book reader,
True, that does make sense.
it sounds like a Soldam is the one who can wield the one power. They're not talking. They've mentioned Damani, I think, once in the entire season, and once probably in the entire series so far.
Well, I mean, the episode title is Demane, so maybe we'll find out in the last few minutes.
Maybe they'll use it. I don't know. Maybe she'll say, "You're going to be one of my Damane, Leandrin," or something stupid like that. We'll find out. But
unlike the Aes Sedai.
They also trained for years.
and there's a Marath Damane. They say leash, but there's no leashes. That's I don't understand this. It's not a Texan accent. See, I know what scene they're trying to bring in, but this is all just stupid.
Yeah, let's just leave the 3 random people all the way over there where they might wake up and run away.
Dramatic pause and turn. Okay, so someone explained to me how the Damane didn't realize she was channeling. You'd be like, she's channeling.
I mean,
Or she
maybe
could be-
because she has to also simultaneously uphold the shield, so it could be hidden
What's
or
she- what's
whatever. I don't know. She's shielding Egwene, Nynaeve, and Elaine, so they can't use the power.
I don't recall seeing that.
No, she said that while she was in the
in the
ways.
Yes, because
She
holding
said,
3 weaves simultaneously is totally good.
Yes. Well, the novices, right? Well, some
Does
of
it
them are.
matter? 3 shields, anyways, it's still difficult to do unless you're like exceedingly powerful and extremely knowledgeable.
Maybe
about the
she
one
has
power.
a Terangriel. I don't
But
know.
what I'm saying is she literally goes and uses the one power to break Nynaeve's bond, right?
Mhm.
Not literally bond, but like her bonds, or her cuffs, or whatever you want to call them, the rope. And it's like the Damane who are looking right at her didn't react in the slightest when the weave was used.
Well, they're not
But they're
allowed to
also-
think for themselves, are they?
Well, the Damane were allowed to point out like she's channeling, because they do that in the books all the time. They're like, she's channeling, and then the Soldan
Yeah,
were
but in
like,
the books, there's a way to shield your weave. So maybe Shogun
only
knows
if
how
you're
to
a
do that.
Forsaken or somebody who's lived for thousands of years. Yes.
Maybe Ishmael taught her. Who knows?
Well, if that's the case, why didn't she teach her to travel?
Why,
that you could just-
why would he? I mean, you're
Yeah.
overthinking it.
Again,
Isn't-
why would he teach her to shield anything? That's the
Because
whole
if
joke.
you can disguise your channeling, then you are better as a spy, I guess.
There's a lot of inconsistencies here.
I don't know.
Bring them to
But
me.
maybe
Well, why
they
didn't you
just
do that
noticed.
earlier. Wow,
Where did
is
she
bad
learn
aim.
that?
Mortar strikes. I love the horror film slow saunter walk.
Yeah.
Like 3 girls are running, and
So-
they're just like, "Let me take my time." Da, da,
Nynaeve
da, da,
only
da.
channel when she's angry, and this doesn't make her angry. Being pursued to be captured doesn't make her angry.
Which in the books,
Yeah, that
she
doesn't seem right.
she starts pulling the holy
Yeah,
smite on people.
I mean,
Just like,
I think
"Wacko,
Nynaeve
wacko,
is the
wacko."
one who does the whole lightning thing, right?
Yeah, well, Elaine helps too, but Nynaeve's much stronger, so Elaine
Mhm.
and Nynaeve escape, and Egwene gets captured, which I'm assuming Egwene gets captured here because we got to have drama.
Yeah. Egwene was
You picked the last
running.
one.
Well, they have to make their way to what happens at Falmy.
She was like falling behind, running
Yeah,
and
so
bumping
they
into
need
a
Egwene.
tree, right?
She spoke in the old tongue for some reason. Why is she speaking in the old tongue?
Why not?
Because no one knows what the old tongue is except
Yeah,
scholars.
but it's like
Sold
super
on our
cool to
scholars.
suddenly speak old tongue, right?
It's really cool to speak gibberish, man. Let me tell you.
hmm Oh yeah, let's take a break. That's perfectly.
Where's Egwene? Do you guys get the irony in this? She's pacifying Egwene.
Oh, nice.
Sorry, the puns write themselves. We're not Damani, we're pacifiers. Okay, someone please explain to me how a Damani who couldn't see Egwene stopped her with the one power.
Well, she ran into a tree and fell down. Probably.
But she was already, excuse me, she was already moving at much higher speed. Because Egwene was legitimately running, well, not legitimately. She was attempting to run and
Have you seen
fish flopping. Excuse me.
what's it called again? The Kenobi show.
Oh God.
Yes, the 9-year-old
Yes,
Leia
it's
outrunning
basically
full
like
fishman.
that.
Yes,
but
but
the other way
thing is,
around.
like, at least the men were running to chase her. My point is that the Damane wasn't running. She was sauntering at a very slow pace. So the distance between them is already basically like by the time when Egwene does the whole little shield thing that blocks the fire blast that goes back and blocks them, she's already around the corner, around the bend.
Yeah, but then they
they
flew
don't have
mortar
any
shells,
sight.
right?
But that's not how mortar shells work. You still had like you can fling them blindly, but if you fling
but they were just
fireballs-
lucky and hit, I guess.
coincidentally.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable.
And Aiel's totally okay with Hopper because
Why not? He didn't dance the spears at all.
I mean he swung a hammer twice.
That's not dancing the spears. That's dancing the hammer.
I was like, I thought your people never. What do you mean, you people? like,
Nice.
that's what then is called the waste. We call it it is the paradise. The sin, not for our sins. The sin.
Of course, it can't be their sin, right? Because
We are looking
She's a
for
woman.
he who comes with. Why don't you just say I'm looking for our chief of chiefs? Yeah. Okay. Exposition.
yes.
I have toes too. I have two. At least two. I mean,
You know,
I don't know. 10 if you count big toes as toes, like thumbs as fingers, but I guess it depends.
I mean, that works differently for toes, right? The big toe
I
is
don't know,
just a regular
it's called,
toe.
It's called a big toe, but thumbs aren't called big fingers. So it's like, I don't really know. I don't know anymore. I'm having an existential crisis, guys. Please help me. I'm surprised you didn't say I'm a guy shine to you now.
Why would you assume, by the way, that that's what he meant?
Because that's what he assumed she meant. Why does everyone keep saying two rivers, not the two rivers? Parent of two rivers is stupid. Oh, this is that
That's
stupid
because,
dialogue we learned about and stupid pre-stuff they mentioned, those leaked scripts. Do you guys remember that?
No?
I covered it with Prophet of the Dragon, and I think maybe Pips. There was there's a script that was leaked, and it was between Perrin and Avienda, and this is the script because she's like, "I will not attack you in a fit of lust," kind of thing. Like, go back to one of the previous things where we covered the early season 2 reveals, and they had the script in it involved with it. The White Cloaks talked about it, I think, pretty extensively as well. Like, they had like a whole everybody took a different line and was playing the roles. It was.
Oh, yeah, I generally don't keep up with such stuff.
That's because you're an amateur, Sage. Come on.
Yeah. I only need to
He's like,
see
"I
this
wouldn't
show
mind."
once, right?
She's like, "What?" He said, "Phone." A what?
That's
So
a
parent of
place.
phone, not of the
Wait,
phone.
why are we suddenly in a desert?
Because
going on
camels
here?
are in deserts, Sage. What kind of a silly question is that?
Yeah, but why are we in the desert?
Because it's Morocco.
Okay.
Isn't this self-explanatory? Like, come on.
So form is now
Morocco.
in the desert.
Yes. Didn't you understand that, like, literally everything here is desert or rocky wastelands? Have
I
you not
don't
been keeping up?
remember
Come on,
form
come on.
looking like that. It's
I don't
supposed to
remember
be
any of this.
greenish,
Look,
right?
any of this. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Form is supposed to be on the shore, on a peninsula, which must necessarily
Look like
be...
they're wearing rugs.
Yeah, because this is desert land and they wear rugs there, I think. Right?
I guess. Why are you wearing rug? I don't know. And this random dude's going to look at them and be like,
I know who you are.
Too late.
I thought Nynaeve was good at like literally everything under the sun. Like, shouldn't
Mhm.
common sense?
That's
be
not
normal to her?
convenient for this scene.
No,
Oh,
no.
that's true.
Elaine must be the one with
Darn
common
it, Matt,
sense
why'd
here.
you have to get me put on the spot?
Because Elaine totally knows what it's like to be a random peasant in a village. Why not? How would you know?
Yes, because soldiers seeing two women just duck in a corner, no one would think twice about
Yeah,
that.
no, that's not suspicious.
It's totally normal. Everyday stuff. Oh, now she's crouching.
She couldn't get angry when she's running for her life, but she can get angry at Elaine.
Right, this whole thing is flipped.
Why would the soldiers be looking for you in Falm when you ran the opposite direction from Falm? And they know you don't want to be captured.
Also, only the Dark Friend soldiers would know that.
Yeah, and that's a very small amount of soldiers.
Who the fuck is that?
We're about to find out. It's probably Domon's.
But yeah, I don't like how Elaine got all of Nynaeve's stuff there.
I mean,
What?
I don't know if you guys remember the Aes Sedai mole from the books, where she had some type of burr that only was procured from the north of Tar-Valon, but she said she came from the south of Tar-Valon, that kind of thing.
No, that's a detail I don't recall.
Shame on you. Anyway, essentially, that's what they're doing here. They're playing the whole, oh, I thought you came from here. Well, I did come from here. Look, I have the goods from this place. When obviously she didn't come from that place.
Well, she's planting an alibi, and Varen sussed
Yeah.
her out.
Why would she just randomly give her asparagus? Are they trying to insinuate that Varen's fat?
Yes.
Yeah, Varen's a fatty.
But she's not that fat.
Well, no, but she's supposed to be, though, right?
She's supposed to be. They just picked the wrong. It's like picking an anorexic person to play a fat person and be like, you just love to eat, don't you? Okay, this is like the dumbest lie in the world, and would be
Yeah.
picked apart so easily, because for one,
Unless it's
why
true.
what part of it's so dumb it couldn't be true? Did you not understand?
No,
Like-
but if there was an actual Andorran escort in the region, and she might have used that as an excuse to maybe set
But
some
you would-
bandits on it.
Bandits would be nothing against freaking actual.
If you
army
have a lot
soldiers
of
that are
bandits,
trained.
maybe they're not
That's
a lot of
that's a bit
soldiers,
of a
just a
stretch.
small number.
Bandits are notorious for avoiding soldiers.
Not if
that
they're
would be-
specifically hired to
She
attack
said
them.
bandits or white cloaks.
Yeah, but White Cloaks wouldn't attack Andorran soldiers either, because that would put their entire diplomatic status completely at risk. that would make no sense either.
White cloaks would do what white cloaks want to do. Some of the commanders of white cloaks are psychotic.
Yes,
That's
they
true.
are psychotic. But here's the thing: every single commander that I can remember, Jeff from Bornhold, Vedran Nile, all those guys were like, we want the diplomatic in with Andor. We don't want to piss off Andor. So none of them would do that. And Valda, being a commander in the books, not in the series or in the show, even if he wanted to, he'd still have to get through Dane. And they're nowhere near, so obviously it couldn't have been him. So it would have to be some other psychopath, like Bayar?
Buyer,
Um,
probably.
I'm trying to remember Bayar's last name. Child Bayar.
Well,
No,
again,
Jared
Isn't
Bayar.
Buyer a friend of
Overthinking this in the context of the show.
Yeah.
Leander could
He
do
served him. Yeah, but I'm saying, like, Tracy's act was like really horrific on the spot. She's like, "Oh, I heard it from a soldier." I'm like, "Why is there a soldier at the inn instead of returning home to say, 'My queen, we have lost the daughter heir and other random novices. Bring the army.'"
Baron is just playing, the silent cop where you just let the criminal incriminate himself.
Yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't take very much when you're really bad at it. We must talk to the keeper immediately.
Now remember, there are 3 oaths, so technically she doesn't know Leandrin can't lie. So she's in her head trying to think, how is she manipulating her words to tell him untruth?
Except Varen has obviously figured it out. Like, this is stupid easy.
Well, she's figured it out, but she's trying to figure out what was she
Also,
really,
Varian knows.
does she know
Oh, that's
Leandrin's
the
a
word.
doctor at this point?
No,
She
not that.
knows.
But she
Sorry.
knows how Dark Friend's sisters work.
But does she know Leandrin is one at this point?
Well, no, but she might suspect because she knows some stuff about the novice book.
Matt, am I
And-
going to see any like nudity from Moraine? Because I really don't want this
No.
kind of trauma.
No.
I don't want this kind of trauma at all.
Wild group sex.
In the berry patches.
This is more of Moraine being evil. Like she already sacrificed the other chick. She's killed that guy at the ferry.
Mm-hmm.
She knows Lanfear is chasing them.
Maybe
And
she
she
just doesn't like her family, right? I think that's
Maraine's secret plot.
that's accurate to the
Barthamus
book.
is a
right?
very, very kind person. He's Kyrian nobility. There's no kind Kyrian nobility. Group sex. Definitely the group sex. I know you, even though you're always gone.
This is such a stupid scene. It's unbelievable.
That's because she doesn't. Blaster!
Okay, pausing this to set you guys up. So,
Hey,
we've
the
been
show set
wondering.
me up enough, good sir. I'm having a crisis.
So we've been wondering why they didn't bother with this Moraine and her sister interaction for 5 episodes or whatever now, right? All the stupidity of it, right? They did all of that, which isn't in the books, to set this one scene up, right? So
Yeah, makes sense.
and for this one setup, you would think 5 episodes worth of back and forth. They're setting up for something big and momentous and awesome, right? Just wait for it.
Allegedly. Oh,
Well,
sorry.
guess
We
we'll
both
see.
did it.
Yeah, we did. Did she find the one ring on the mantelpiece? I'd say I feel sorry for her, but I really don't.
Here it comes.
Why are you gay?
The answer is yes.
You're gay, Sage? What?
What? No, I'm talking about Moraine.
Well, yes.
The answer is yes. She can't protect him.
I'm confused. I'm more confused than her.
So
confused
too is Moraine, it seems.
Was this just like Moraine's so boss she has advice from the old
So-
days?
Their entire setup with the two sisters was so that the little sister, as they rebond together through this 5 days or whatever, 5 episodes, could give her back the piece of advice Moraine gave her 50 years ago. You know what I mean? Like that was their whole setup for having this scene. For Moraine to
50?
get the critical bit of advice she needs to have our house MD moment where she solves the case. You know?
But she didn't solve the case. I'm still confused. What does
Well,
Moraine
you'll
do
see.
now?
You'll see what Moraine's solution is in a few seconds.
Oh, I'm encouraged. Awkward as Shamael. Very awkward. Why are
Well,
you
we
gay?
already knew he was gay, right?
Why are you... Oh my... Oh no. That's awkward.
Yeah, that's very awkward indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Are they trying to make the old tongue like Arabic or something? Or Middle Eastern?
Seems so.
Lanfear's so goth.
Anyway, I like how regular dreams, just don't exist anymore.
Did they ever?
Well, in the books they do.
How dare you invoke those dreadful books?
Fair enough.
Oh, we got Mokidia. Grendel. So all of them except for Ishi are women. So that's all the that's all
No,
the
she said,
Forsaken
and the boys too.
The boys too. But which did she specifically mention? I kind of missed it.
Mogedion, Grendel, and
Grendel,
herself. And
herself,
Ishi.
that's
And
three.
then she says the boys, but I don't know if she means
So you
boys
don't have
that-
Semihag?
The boys
they
under
haven't said which ones
compulsion.
they're using yet, unless you can interpret the symbols.
Hold on. Mogedion's insane. Grendel's in vain, idiot. And the boys couldn't execute a plan even if they were under compulsion.
Demandred is probably not there. I would assume Samael.
I'm assuming Asmodean's not there.
Asmodean's also probably gone, yeah.
See, he would never make this known to the other chosen because the other chosen believe that they're getting something else. So this is contradictory and anti-helpful because
Lanfear just
now,
wants Lutheran.
yeah, well, she wants Lutheran, but how could she have Lutheran if the literally reality itself ceases to exist?
That's a problem for later.
It's kind of a big problem. She reminds me of that pro wrestler chick. The emo one.
Oh, you're talking about Paige?
The macho goth girl with the slick back hair.
Oh, the other, what's her face? Shayna, no, not Baszler. Rhea Ripley.
I don't know their names, but probably. You tell me by looking at Lanfear. Lanfear's obviously not as thick, but
Well, this is a common female wrestler look, so I mentioned multiples like Paige, Rhea Ripley, Shayna Baszler.
don't know.
Whoa. Matt was
Parents.
born mine. What does that mean? Is Matt Ishmael's son?
He's saying Matt's evil.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Bakovale. Kill him.
What
Kill
does he
him.
got on his face?
Who doesn't? From Not Your Land. No May She Live Forever? Come on, what kind of amateurs are these? Jamaica me crazy. He's a warder. Blood and ashes.
What do you mean, just in time?
Huh? What'd you say?
She said, my warder found you just in time.
Oh, so what she just said afterwards.
Yeah, but she didn't say that yet, but nice. Said that.
Everyone. Okay, first off, how did an Aes Sedai manage to not be caught with how much surveillance is going? Or are
Good
they
question.
trying to merge? How are they trying to merge the lines in Ebu Dar, where Matt finds the hiding Aes Sedai and tries to get them out? Is that what?
Well,
they're
I
doing?
mean, you know,
Like
not-
Jolene and everything in the basement of the inn.
even in the book, the Sean Shine operated very loosely. Like, like once you swear the oath, they just presume everyone's going to obey it, and you know.
Yes, but remember the
They
demonic.
do have running Demane around, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, They have patrols of demonic.
Feel, oh, there's a nice sty over there.
They're like, oh, this woman can channel, take her. Like
So
they
she just
always
has to
do.
avoid the ones who can channel.
Yes, but the way they
Yeah,
did that
but the
with
moment
Matt's
she knows-
storyline was she had to live literally in a basement for forever because it wasn't safe for her to go outside. But I feel like a warder is pretty obvious standout because even the warders stayed with Jolene because they didn't want to leave.
Yeah,
her.
but that's because the warders in the book are easily recognizable as warders,
Yeah.
Fair enough.
as are the Aes Sedai, of course, right? But here they just look like normal people.
I didn't even know there was Shan Shan, so a Queen going arf, arf, arf. It's the funniest thing ever.
But what about Alicia?
Okay, I'm confused. You went to a village in the remote area where we can't control. Okay, then how'd you manage to get your hands on a novice from the White Tower? Anybody got any answers for that one? Because
Don't have to.
She was just out traveling, right? Novices
This
are
is all
allowed to
about
do.
getting things together so they can have the family thing happen. They don't care about
Yeah.
what they have to
They
run roughshod over.
it's roughshod. The whole thing.
We know that. They don't care.
Also, by the way, was that actual fucking gold she had on her head?
No, silver. Wow, these are some complex collars.
Jaffa.
That's nanotech, actually.
Why would you cause her to scream immediately? You'd have to give her a command first. Look at this! Look at this oppressive patriarchy making slaves of women.
Wait. So, the bracelets are not connected until afterwards.
They don't normally have them connected. This is for new people. This is the training leash. They can just use bracelets on their hands to magically connect to the collars, which technically I think is.
I mean, technically that
accurate.
does work, but they don't know that. They're not supposed to know that you don't need
The
each
weird part is that the bracelets using the one power to go to that, which is not how the bracelets were supposed to work. So I don't know. It's like they're partially using the correct stuff and then partially not, and again running roughshod. So whatever. But we're almost done, so let's get this over with. Why is Rand playing cards with Barthanes?
Why not?
We're gonna make Rand a lord that gets all the protections under the sun. Well, I mean, to be fair, she did like lock him to the bed and was about to do who knows what with him.
Well, no, that was just other stuff.
Well, but she could have been doing that to torture him into learning how to do it, or turning him to the shadow, or in this case, the dark. Maybe she just wanted his taint all over her. I don't know. Freaking.
I think that's the last one, probably.
I don't know. That's what he said too. But yeah.
I see we're still doing the Dragon Reborn thing.
But, well, they're technically sort of correct about that.
Maybe.
How do you know that she's working with the Shamael? You have no information. None of it. You couldn't possibly know that she's working with anybody because they're the chosen or the forsaken or whatever you want to call them. Like,
Well,
By the
see,
way, when you say technically correct about the Dragon Reborn, are we sure that before Lusterin in the previous timeline he was also called the dragon and not something like the turtle or whatever?
well, the soul is always the dragon, meaning.
Yeah, but the
that soul
title,
was
the
before.
dragon, the
but
dragon
he was
title
called the
might-
dragon. He wasn't called the Dragon Reborn as Lutheran Telemon. He was only called the dragon.
Mhm.
Correct.
And that might be a unique title of this particular.
So if the dragon is reborn, then who was Lutheran Telemon before he became the dragon? Was he the dragon that was reborn?
Or was
Or was
he?
he
No,
the dragon?
snake?
No,
And the
Lutheran
dragon was
Telemon
the
is
dragon
Lutheran
reborn.
Telemon. Jordan was very specific. Rand and Lutheran Telemon are completely different personalities. They're not the same.
Yeah, yeah.
person in that sense.
But
Yeah.
they're the same soul.
But the
Happens to be,
dragon
yeah.
is reborn implies because Lutheran Telemon was called the dragon.
Yeah, that was his title in that period.
Yes.
His title was the dragon. So Rand is the
before that,
dragon
you don't have the
reborn
dragon title.
because Luce Theron and Rand are separate, but they fuse together at some point.
Mhm.
So, but Rand is the dragon reborn. So Luce Theron's the dragon. Luce Theron's soul beforehand was what?
Maybe something else. Maybe he had a different title.
Well, maybe
But he
maybe
was
the
called
wheel turned 7 or 8
Special
times, and he's been the dragon 7 or 8 times already.
But then he wouldn't be dead.
But was he
If
the
he's-
dragon
if he-
in those
if
other
he comes,
times?
If he comes back or is born or anything, he'd be reborn. My point.
He's always reborn. The
Yeah,
fact
he's always
that the
reborn because
dragon
there is
soul
no beginning, no
fight the
end.
darkness. It's the only reason it exists.
But is he always called the dragon?
Well, the dragon's a title.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't know what an actual dragon is because there are no actual dragons in the world.
It
No,
might
but
be
you
something
do
that
know
just
that
carries
maybe
over,
in,
like,
back in the Age of Legends,
I mean,
because
this
then
is
it's just
us
a
talking about the
mythological
book,
story.
obviously, not the stupid show. But
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're
But-
talking about. Is that what we're saying is that the dragon, Lutheran Telemon, dies.
Yes.
Randall Thor is the dragon reborn. And his
Mhm.
personality might be split for a time, but then they fuse back together, and he is both Lutheran, because he says that is like,
No.
I am older than
your
you,
personality
Casimir.
is.
Yeah, personality doesn't carry over through.
Luce Theron died when he
being
died.
reborn.
What was in Rand's head at the time was not the original Luce Theron.
But it was his memories.
Jordan, in his comments, he's very explicit about it. Like, when you die, your personality ceases to exist.
Mhm.
Your soul gets reincarnated, but your personality ceases to exist.
But he learned things from Luce Theron. He did things that Luce Theron
Because the
made
patterns
him
spun
do.
up a copy in Rand's brain.
Yeah, yeah. But then that copy is
Well-
basically Luce Theron's personality. right?
Yeah, because okay, so Cadswain and Rand have a confrontation, and Cadswain's treating him like a child, and he's like, "I have been around for thousands of years. I'm thousands of years older, which means I have, I don't know, prestige or whatever higher than you. Therefore, you are lesser than me, and my power is greater than you, so you are also lesser than me."
Yeah.
As an Aes Sedai.
The pattern gave him
Rand was not
Luce
thousands
Theron's
of years
memories,
old.
and it
That's
became
the
in Rand's head a split personality.
Mhm.
Yeah, but wouldn't that just be the soul?
No,
No, it's not the soul. The soul is already there because Rand is inhabited by the same soul. But the memories are separate copies.
So
of
Rand has no soul, or he has Lutheran.
Rand has the dragon soul.
Rand is
Theron has the dragon
Luce Theron's
soul.
soul.
Whoever had it before has the dragon soul.
That's what I'm confused because it should always be the same person because the title
No.
is.
Jordan,
No,
Jordan
it's the
said
same
it's
soul.
soul.
So it's like if you get
So Lutheran
reincarnated.
Telemon was not the Dragon Reborn. He was just.
He was
the
not the Dragon Reborn. No, he's just a dragon.
So why is Rand the Dragon Reborn? Why wouldn't he just be the dragon?
Because that's what they
Is-
call him in the prophecies.
Yeah, they say the dragon will be reborn,
Mhm.
and they say it's the Dragon Reborn. Rand is the Dragon Reborn, but
Yeah,
if they
he is-
use
he is
they use the Dragon
Reborn.
Reborn as a title, not as the Dragon is reborn.
It's their character knowledge that produced those prophecies, interpreting events that they don't have access to.
So they,
Like, for
therefore,
example, in this
interpretation
scene-
screws-
Reincarnation of the dragon is called the Dragon Reborn in the prophecies.
Yeah, but
Or
Jordan
maybe it's
didn't.
just people decided let's call him the Dragon Reborn.
Yeah,
because
Jordan
that's what it was.
didn't wrote them saying that this is not a prophet. No, he didn't put his author's notes in the text, so to speak.
Mhm. But in this case, we still have the fact that Lews Theron is called the Dragon Reborn
Well,
here.
it's like when Rand
that's- yeah.
Rand gets Kalandor, he's like, "Stop! I am the Dragon Reborn." Wouldn't it make more sense to say, "I am the Dragon. I am reborn"? If the
Well, he
Dragon
doesn't know
Reborn-
that.
Yeah, but that sounds more.
It's
He
more
doesn't
specific.
know
maybe.
that, and he doesn't
Well,
know that. He
Why
doesn't
does
know.
he say, "I am the Dragon Reborn"?
But
If
that's what he's
doesn't know
been
that?
told.
Yes.
Yes, that's what he's been told.
I don't
Basically-
feel like he would say that without any reason, though.
He's been told that.
Well, I know he's been told that, but I'm saying I don't think he would announce it with surety like that unless he was himself sure that it was true.
He was sure, but in other words, he could. What if he was raised somewhere else, and they said, well, they didn't have any of the current prophecies. The prophecy was that a soul would spin out and be called, the albino piano would be the savior. Then,
Yeah, that's
Like,
the title
like,
Lews
he's
Theron
been-
had
he's
in the
been
cycle
20
before.
years being told his title is the albino piano reborn. You know what I mean?
That is
Like-
And
white
he would
supremacy.
say, I am the albino.
I am the albino piano reborn.
Essentially, yeah. That's what I'm saying is, that's why I learned this in engineering classes. To examine a situation, you have to pick the most extreme possible scenarios to understand what's going on. And so he's been. I mean, I make it sound like in the book, Rand has been conditioned by his associate with Moraine that he's the Dragon Reborn.
Also, he has Lews Theron memories, so that probably
Yeah.
convinces him
That-
even
yeah.
more so.
That's when exactly did that? I know there were whispers of it. In
It
book
starts
2,
really early, actually.
but
I'm not
when
sure
did it
about
become
because we
overt?
don't see him in.
Is the
think
third
it
book when it
starts-
starts to become overt?
Book
At the
4.
end of book 3 or 4, somewhere it starts happening, I think.
It's not book 3. It'd be book 4 and on. Does it? It doesn't happen. Does it happen in the Aiel town?
It's before the Aiel town. I'm pretty sure of that. At least if we assume Aiel
No, I thought
town
it was
is.
like when we went to, I thought it was when we
Ruidian.
went to the rings or something. Yeah, Ruidian is what I was thinking of. But wouldn't it be when he goes to the rings?
Ruidian, the Aiel town. Yes,
Well, it is the town. It's the Dry
it's a
Aiel-
city.
Well, an empty city.
Yes.
But point
I
is,
don't know how big Aiel towns are.
it builds up, and I think it's like in the you said, the end of the third book or in the fourth book somewhere.
It'd been the 4th because it's
Yeah.
not in the 3rd. I know that for a fact.
So the pattern gave him Lews Theron's memories to help him learn how to channel.
I don't recall reading it that way, but okay.
Well, he
Well,
does
that's-
learn stuff from. Lews
I just
Theron.
know he gets the memories. I just don't remember it being like the patterns going.
I thought it was part of
pop them
the taint. Let's say that it breaks down the
taint-
barrier
taint is
between.
kind of the way I was
Well,
imagining
that could
it.
be interesting. Thing. It could have been the taint, but his Tavir nature protected him from it to some extent.
Yeah, but it could be that the taint also has the side effect where it breaks down the normal barriers that prevents.
Well, we know a
past
side
memories,
effect of
right?
men channeling is hearing voices in their head.
Exactly. So
that
it
makes
might
the most
be.
sense in that regard.
It might be likely that the taint.
But how does the wheel put in the memories without just making him remember that he is the dragon?
But it's sort of not that it makes it. Well, remember the dragon is the we're calling it the dragon because it's easier that way. But I'm going to call it the soul for simple purposes. The soul is the soul, right?
Mhm.
The soul is the.
Does the soul need to know that it's the soul?
to fulfill its purpose? Yes.
Well, I'm saying, does it need to know that it is what it is, or does it already know what it is, and it just has to kind of break through the mind and be like, look, no, I legitimately am this thing? Because, like, for example, if it was an isekai anime or something, they know who they are when they're reincarnated in, like, every instance.
Mhm.
They just know, like, I am this person. I am a 32-year-old man stuck in a...
Well,
infant-
sometimes they might think they're delusional after a while because am I really, or is that just a weird
That's just
But
you.
Yeah. No, there are a few isekai
Well,
where they
if you
start
read in the
doubting
book,
whether they actually.
this is
Ah.
open to interpretation, but
I close
remember
it.
how the whole thing where the false dragon stopped once Rand declared himself the dragon, right?
Yes.
The
That was
the
prophecy.
the what I was interpreting of that is that those are false. Those are failed attempts to get the dragon soul to pop back into the pattern. And
That's not the way I perceive the prophecy, because the prophecy is there to say this is a sign. So
Well,
other
I thought that
attempts
was
of
just
prophet-
the
like,
pattern needs a dragon, right?
the
Yeah,
pattern
and-
needs a
but
dragon to fight the dark one.
once it has the dragon,
Once it has an actual
not
dragon,
channeler, but once it has the dragon, all other claimants of being the dragon will fail.
Yes.
He'll be the final dragon. Like after Rand is I am the dragon reborn, and everybody else like Tane
No one
and
else is
everybody
going to
else-
spawn to claim that they're the
Yeah.
dragon.
Well, no one can claim it. The pattern will
Well,
prevent it.
people can claim it, but then they will likely immediately get kicked down again.
Well, no, like the guy in Haddon Merc immediately got torn apart. Master
Yeah.
Taim got captured.
Yeah,
Even though he was winning, it was
Yeah,
because
but so
all-
if someone else
the
comes
pattern
along later
literally
and
came in
says,
and said,
"I'm now
I'm
the
using
dragon,"
divine power to stop anyone else from being able to do this. And then they just said everyone else is false. And then Rand was the only one because no one else tried to do it afterwards because the pattern prevented any other potential. So it's like a divine command theory type thing. Like it has to happen because the pattern says so.
But I think it's probably still legally allowed in the pattern, let's say, for someone to say, "Oh, I'm now the dragon," but then as soon as he says that afterwards,
wouldn't be
he
a
would
prophecy.
get kicked out.
Well, even if they try to kick him, if he's a channeler or even a non-channeler trying to be the dragon or whatever, it immediately would be just deposed of before it was even technically announced, which is again the pattern preventing another false dragon arising. It won't let them because it stops all currents and stops all afters. Because the dragon is finally reborn, there's no need for anything else.
Yeah.
Because prior, this was people trying to be the prophecy fulfillers. I am the dragon. I'm here to fulfill the prophecy.
yeah, they were
Once the
compelled by
prophecy-
nature to do that because the pattern needed a dragon.
I don't know if they were. Well, nothing states that they were compelled to. It's just people wanted to be. They're like,
They were self-compelled. They were
Well,
self-compelled.
Logain's like, I can channel. I must be the dragon reborn because they haven't had male channelers in whatever time period. And being successful in battle or successfully taking territory makes them think they are. But them coming to the position of I'm going to raise myself up as the dragon was not compelled. It was just them saying I'm gathering followers.
Well, they
I
were
want to be the
self-compelled. You
dragon.
can compel yourself to do stuff.
Well, yes, I understand that, but I'm saying nothing in the books implies it. It would be an argument from silence saying that they were compelled to do so. I think Logain just came up, and Mazrim Taim in the same way, which are just like, I am going to be the dragon reborn. I will obtain power through this. I will obtain this and that. This is beneficial for me. Therefore, I will do it. And then I will fulfill the prophecies. I will get the nations behind me. I will become the ruler of the world, blah, 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 blah. I will unite the world under my rule, whatever they think. Because remember, the common folk have their own interpretations of what the prophecies are. They differentiate depending on where you go, who you're talking to, and whatever. So any of them could have said, oh, well, I can channel, therefore I can be it. Because the one in Haddon Merc couldn't channel. But Mazrim Taim could, Logain could, obviously Rogash Eagle Eye and all those other guys, they could channel. And they were devastating to the world. But people thought they were the dragons until they were ended, and then they weren't. So when Logain's captured, when Mazrim Taim's captured, especially when he's captured at a specific point, there's like everyone else is like, well, if I try to claim to be the dark, or not the dark one, if I try to claim to be the dragon reborn,
Yeah, that might also not end well.
I'm going to get curb stomped by this dude who legitimately has forces behind him, has now a nation tier behind him, has the clans of the Aiel behind him. I'm not going to be able to stand up against that.
Yeah,
And everybody else is
did
getting put
Rand
down
already have
instantly.
tier?
Well, Rand had to deal with the shadow guy claiming to
He
be
leaves,
the Hakaran.
he leaves
So
here in book 4 because they have
Yeah,
those things
but
happen to them. in Leaf's
Masrim
tier.
Tame and the other guy got
Haddon Merc, got
That was when
demolished
he
a while ago.
when you had the part of the prophecy that goes above the watches over the waves shall he proclaim himself. Bannered
Yeah, that
as
was
the
during the
fire, right?
Falmouth thing. That was during the
Yeah,
Falmouth
but
thing.
that's
Because
what triggers Tame's capture.
Yes. Then he
Yeah.
escapes, and then
So he doesn't
all
have
jets.
Tyr yet. So
He doesn't have Tyr yet. But when word is reached that a man who can channel has taken the Stone of Tyr, has wielded Kalendor, there's like falsely proclaiming
yeah.
yourself makes no point because
Exactly.
you're not holding
Because-
Kalendor. Somebody else is. What are you going to do, right? If you try to, people are going to be like, you're false. I'm going to cut you down instantly. Because no one would gather around somebody who hasn't even achieved one of the great things that specifically says in pretty much everyone's prophecies you have to have Kalendor. Because remember, Logain was going for Kalendor. He was heading towards Tyr. He never made it. Mazrim Taim, as assumedly, was going to aim for Tyr. Because the thought is that to prove to the world I'm going to do this thing. Without the knowledge that not anyone who can channel can touch this. It has to be the soul of the person, aka the dragon, to be able to grab it. So there are limitations that the pattern has, and those limitations are what ultimately just prevent anything from else happening. Because again, you wouldn't succeed in this area because you'd get cut down instantly because you don't have these prophecies fulfilled underneath you. You couldn't
Also, of course, you need the
fulfill
Aiel to help you in taking this.
Well, just remember, he walked through the stone without the Aiel. He didn't have the Aiel at his beck and call. They were there, but they weren't under his control.
Yeah, no, but that's part of the prophecy. The Aiel needed to be there for him to take.
Well, the people of the dragon, yeah. Well, that's the thing is that the people of the dragon will return. They didn't know who. No one knew who the people of the dragon were. The Aiel didn't know who the people of the dragon were until he took Kalendor, and then they realized, oh, we're the people of the dragon.
No, they knew that they were the people of the dragon. That's what the chiefs called themselves among themselves, maybe. Because Ruark says
Ruark does mention
we are the people of the dragon.
Yeah,
that's what we call ourselves.
I don't know if Rand was in the room at the time. I know he's talking to Moraine because it was Matt and the girls were talking with Moraine and Ruark was in the room. Rand was not present because he was being followed around by Aiel and the High Lords.
Could be.
And the defenders, the remaining defenders. It was amazing.
Because
Ruark tells him about
when Moraine
and
mentions
everything. And
when Moraine mentions something then about the people of the dragon, Ruark is like, wait, that's us.
I could probably pull
we
this
call
up,
ourselves.
I'm gonna pull it up because I had just recently read that chapter, surprisingly. If I can find the right book, there you are. Yeah, Matt. He had seen Rand just once the night before, striding along a hall with Kalendor in his hand, surrounded by a dozen veiled Aiel and trailing a cloud of tyrants and not of defenders of the stone, and most of the few surviving High Lords. The High Lords at least seemed to think Rand would need them to help him rule the world, and the Aiel kept everyone back with sharp looks, though, and if spears if need be. Blah, 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 blah. I'm talking about Ruark. I'm trying to find the spot where they say people of the dragon. They talk about the seals breaking. Prophecies are fulfilled as they are meant to be, not as we think they should be. That's that one. But then we're like, I came to stop Balal from killing Rand. I did not expect to see the Stone of Tyr fall. Perhaps because Matt was asking, you, me, Lan, and a few hundred bloody Aiel. Does that mean we are the dragon bloody of the bloody people of the dragon? And then he sees Ruark or whatever. And then Ruark clears his throat. When a man wishes to become a clan chief, he must go to Ruidion in the lands of the Gen Aiel, the clan that is not. He spoke slowly and frowned often at the red-fringed silk carpet under his soft boots, a man trying to explain what he did not want to explain at all. Women who wish to become wise ones also make this journey, but their marking, if they are marked, is kept secret among themselves. The men who are chosen at Ruidion, those who survive, return marked on the left arm so. He pushed back the sleeve of his coat and shirt together to reveal his left forearm, the skin much paler than that of his hands and his face. Etched into the skin, as a part of it, wrapped twice around, marched the same golden scarlet form as rippled on the banner above the stone. The Aiel let his sleeve fall with a sigh. It is not a name is a name not spoken except among the clan chiefs and the wise ones. We are, he cleared his throat again, unable to say it here. And it says the Aiel are the people of the dragon. So yeah, Ruark knew that they were the people of the dragon.
Yeah.
which is weird because they don't care about the Dragon Reborn. They don't care about the Karakarn, which doesn't make sense under that context. But be as it may.
Well, their prophecy is written for them to get them involved.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the people of the dragon, they know they are the people of the dragon, not the people of the Karakarn, not the people of He Who Comes with the Dawn. They are the people of the dragon. So when he says, "I am the Dragon Reborn,"
Yeah,
that
but
by
that's
default should be He Who
that
Comes
is
with the Dawn.
only known among the
Yeah.
chiefs. So the rest of them would still be looking for the Karakarn.
We've got like 2 minutes left on this episode. Let's get through it.
Oh
So you
yeah,
can get out of
let's
here.
finish that.
She'll see right through it. Maybe she might.
So the bestest 2 minutes ever.
This is really slow. This is like Ahsoka staring down a hallway for a whole episode. This time.
Do you?
I didn't previously. Is this going to end with like him going to sleep and her showing up and saying, "Hello there, General Kenobi"? Sorry.
Well, you've seen the scene before.
In my nightmares, yes, I have seen the scene before. Ooh la la! He's bound to the wheel!
So yes, we were right. It was indeed a BDSM wheel.
That is the ugliest outfit
So they've
ever.
reduced Lanfear to an S&M queen.
Yes.
I don't think they reduced her. I think they expanded upon it.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
probably fair.
I like the irony because it's blatantly irony that, you know, bound
But
to the wheel.
that's the one scene that we had about the wastes, right? That we knew was there. So could
Well-
it be they are skipping the Aiel waste?
I said that from the beginning, that they're skipping the Aiel waste.
That makes a lot of sense.
I mean, we're not going to see Asmodean most likely.
Because
Yeah.
Logain will take over teaching.
They might
Rand.
do like a teleport, like, in other words, we might see them in the
Teleport
waste
to friend.
briefly to get them to Ruidian so Rand can do the double dragons.
Yeah, okay, that might be.
And then
But
they'll teleport back
Viridian
with
is
like,
like
Rand,
way
like,
up
10 million
near to
Aiel.
China.
Ruidian? I thought it was south.
No, it's in the north.
I need to look that up now.
I mean, I honestly, I hope if they're going to excise anything, they take out the Shido. We don't need to see the Shido in the show. Like,
Ah, shoot, they don't show the Aiel waste on that one. Dang it. I have that book. Hey, look at that. Shoot.
aside from being long and boring, this was the least worst episode of the series.
That's because it was long and boring. Okay. Oh, come on. They don't have anything in the Aiel waste marked. That's disappointing. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This Aiel waste.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's in the north.
You might not be wrong.
I'm
Seeing
looking
the
at this.
clans. I'm seeing the clans. See the passes. The Cliffs of Dawn. Hot Springs. Hot Springs hold. Cold Rocks hold. Imri Stand. Oh no, Ruidion is kind of in the middle actually. It's north of the Shireen lands. It's west of the Goshin and the Sharad clan. It's in, technically, I guess, the Tardad clan land. It's the southern border, almost. It's where the Chandar mountain is.
I just recall them going north towards Breedian.
There's a lot of steadings on this freaking thing. Holy crap. There's like 4 of them right next to Rudian. Cordon. Yeah, so the pass that it's south of the pass they crossed the Dragon Wall with. It's north of Tyr, technically. I'd say it's probably equivalent to just underneath Kyrian. So it would be between Tyr and Kyrian. It says Rudian lies in a neutral territory, or the territory of the Genaiel, and is closest to the Tardad lands, which lie northeast of it. It's 13-14 days at a fast march from the Jangai Pass. So it's 2 weeks southeast of the Jangai Pass. So the question is, where is the Jangai Pass?
I think that's the one into Carrion.
Yes, that's the one into Kyrian. But where is it in Kyrian? Is it equal to Kyrian City? Is it above? Is it below?
Map I'm looking at says it's near Kinslayer's Dagger. Again, that name.
So it's above Kyrian then.
Yes.
Because Kinslayer's Dagger is north of Kyrian.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Ruion is technically on par with where Kyrian is. So yeah.
So middle, yeah. So
Yeah.
not quite as north as I thought.
It's north of it's more north than I thought, but they didn't exactly go around like, hey, here's a landmark, you get a landmark, everybody gets a landmark. It's not like so they didn't exactly spell it out for us in the book, so to speak. And the waste I don't think it's not on the map for the
You would
ideal,
think
anyway.
if they're gonna do a book like this, they'll put maps all over the damn thing.
Is that supposed to be the big white book?
This is the World of Robert Hood Real Time. Jordan wrote it with this Teresa Patterson, I think in 2010 or
Let me
5
see
or whatever.
this.
It's a well put together book, 1997. From 1997.
Yeah, they call it the big white book is what I've always heard it called as, but this is the one with Teresa Patterson. So I don't know, but I'll find out. I got this thing for really cheap, and it's actually in excellent condition. We have an image of Rand's heron marked hand. Bet they can screw that one up, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna screw everything up.
I mean, did we ever have a doubt? Let's see. The world.
Shouldn't.
145. Did you look at page 145? There's the Isle Waste picture. That's Shara, though, technically. The main continent, the continent of the Shanshan, which looks hilarious.
They don't give a zoom-in map of the waste.
That's a little weird, though. I figured they would. Did they not talk about the Aiel?
Wow.
That's
So I
kinda
was
strange.
waiting with you guys. I get a random link via Twitter because I like bears. And
2179.
I found something more terrifying than the show. These people
Oh.
videotaped them walking on a trail and being followed by 2 large grizzly bears for 20 minutes.
Damn.
Wait, what was it?
It's more terrifying than the show.
These people on a hiking trail in a national park, and these 2 giant grizzly bears are following them for over 20 minutes. And they're like,
Why-
stay away, bears, stay away, bears. It's like,
Would you guys like to see what Avienda looks like?
Sure. Wait a minute. That can't be right. She
I know
looks-
she's Irish looking.
This is
Clearly that-
Chauvienda, you know?
She's a
Clearly,
chauvinist.
that picture must be wrong because we all just looked at Avienda and it's not like that.
You want to see what Loyal's supposed to look like?
Yes. Oh, that's hilarious.
Hideous looking, but hey, I mean, I'll take loyal over whatever they got now. I mean, I really wanted to see the tufts of his ears. I really wanted to see his eyebrows that bounce down.
Royal's not supposed to like Sasquatch for the $6 million man.
Basically, yeah.
I can only really think of the World of Warcraft eyebrows for the elves.
You want to see
I
Perrin?
think, well, sure.
Something's missing.
The beards, yes.
Well, he didn't have a beard to begin.
Well, Rand is also supposed to be taller than Perrin.
I was saying like his hair is not super crazy curly; it's wavy,
Mhm.
and
And
doesn't
the
have a
skin
fro.
color?
that too. Yeah.
Yeah, he
Yes.
is.
So Jengai Pass. Okay, this is probably not as good as having it on the screen. I'm gonna make
Is
myself.
it like the Jenga pass where you pull one little rod out, all thing collapses?
Yes.
So Jenga Pass is right here.
No, that doesn't seem right.
Or right here.
Yeah,
sorry.
that's probably better.
About
Yeah.
right there. So Ruidion's like right here.
Okay.
So it takes 2 weeks to go from there to Ruidion. So it's just north of Kyrian, the city of Kyrian, I believe. Or no, it'd be about to because if you look on the map, it actually says, I don't know if I can zoom in that much, but it says right there to Ruidion. So, yeah. Yeah.
So they could basically go straight to Ruidion and back, and have like the 10 million Aiels just follow them across the border.
Yeah, they just need to do a quick hop into the waste and never actually go to Cold Rock's Hold.
Cold Rock's Hold.
And then-
Well, they wouldn't have to do it at all because he'll just do it in the dream world.
Oh, that's also a good point. Maybe what we're going to see next episode in the dream will be
Maybe
Ruidion.
while Lanfear has him bound to the wheel because
And that makes sense. Yes,
symbolism, she'll like burn them into his skin or something, you know.
So
could be.
also, Rand has no idea how to channel. We're 5 episodes in.
No, he does. He
Well,
does.
he-
Now, he,
channel.
doesn't know how to. He accidentally does.
Fair enough. That's the difference, I suppose.
They've been wasting this time with Nynaeve and Leandrin's stupid plot line, right?
Mhm.
Could we have had 2 scenes of Logain showing Rand, like, here's how to make a fire weave, you do this. You know, something.
But that would make sense, though.
Wait,
can't
Sage,
have
are you about to get swatted or something? I see you looking behind you.
No, the lamp's flickering, so who knows?
But that would be good for the ratings.
Maybe
there.
I'm going into an alternate dimension. But no.
Sage gets taken out live. Not taken out, get kidnapped while live on camera, like a Liam Neeson movie or something.
Who knows?
Don't
Look.
worry, Sage.
Yes,
I will
Sage
come
back,
through.
you bastards! Give it
Okay.
back!
All Sage has to do is talk to him about the Wheel of Time show, and they'll be like, "Please take him back."
Yes, that's true. I can just
It's a self-defense
Yeah.
mechanism.
No, Rich is sending the dud commandos after you now. Yeah.
Just like, here's all the reasons and issues that they have in the show. It's like, please shut him up, please. He won't stop. Even if we gag him, he just won't stop. I sleep, and he's using mental telepathy to put it in my dreams. He's Lanfear incarnate.
oh no.
Well, see, now it makes sense for you to be Lanfear because we can sex swap anybody we want.
True.
Like,
I mean,
Galdrian,
Galdrian, right?
the old fart.
They
he
didn't
is.
even use his last name.
Well,
They just
didn't
went, "Oh
see-
yeah, Galdrian,
I'm trying to remember
the king."
Galdrian's last name. I don't
When
know.
No, but Galdrian is the first name.
I know,
when-
but I'm saying I don't remember what his last name is.
Yeah, I don't
Lanfear
either, but
and
maybe it's
Ishmael
never
talking,
really
he
mentioned.
says in 3,000 years, all they have are swords and queens. Did you see that?
I apparently missed that, but it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, I
in the
also
slightest.
missed
He
that.
said when him
But
and
also-
Lanfear were talking, he goes, one of them goes, in like 3,000 years, all they have now are swords and queens.
So, no kings at all.
That could be like a woke drop. You know what I mean?
Well, that doesn't make sense because Arthur Hawkwing, when Leandrin was telling Nynaeve about that stuff, Arthur Hawkwing was the king.
No, but
They
he's
said that-
he's a king from back in the day, right? That's That was past
It's after the breaking, though.
patriarchal times, right? Now,
Yes, but we're
live
talking
in
about.
all they have
enlightened
now, like right now.
I know
matriarchy.
all they have now, but he says 3,000 years of the breaking.
No,
all
no.
they have now.
But we've Galdrian has become a queen, right? So
Yeah, but Lanfear is now back, right?
yeah.
She
So
didn't
they basically
experience
said
the whole Arthur
all the
Hawke
people we know to be
moment.
kings in these,
Arthur?
they're all
Archer.
queens.
Archer.
All the ruling monarchs of all the countries right now
Same
are
thing.
queens.
There's no H.
But
I like to-
Lanfear, went straight from the Age of Legends to now and missed everything that was going in between. So she will go from Age of Legends to now matriarchal queendoms.
What could she more ask for? I mean, she has all the power she wants. She's a female.
Exactly. But
By
it
the power of
does
vagina, I compel
contradict-
you.
it does contradict the earlier statement that men still rule much of this world.
Have you not been listening? This whole thing's been contradiction after contradiction because writers
Yeah.
are stupid.
True, true.
It's like consistency.
I mean, there are a lot of queens, but who had kings at the time? I don't know. I was trying to remember.
Well,
Carrion?
Shihar.
Probably all of the border kingdoms.
Yeah, the border kingdoms.
Except maybe one.
Tenobia.
There was
Tenobia
one
ruled
queen
Saldea.
up there.
Yeah.
Tenobia rules Saldea. That's Fail's cousin.
Mhm.
Then you had
China had a king.
Yep, Shinar had
Yeah.
a king. Arafel, I believe, Arafel had a queen. And yeah, because there was 2 queens and then 2 kings when
Okay.
they came down for Rand. And then,
Then
you have
Andor, of
Tyr
course, we have-
Tyr was High Lords, wasn't a king or a queen, but they
Mhm.
eventually had King Dylan.
Yep.
Ilion
Ilian was a council.
Ilion was a council, but eventually had King Rand. And then you had
Amadisia
Amadisius
had a
a king. Ebu Dar, which is part of Altara, had a queen.
had a queen. Yeah.
Tarabon and
I don't know what's going on
Arad-Daman-
in Aradoman and Terabon. They had high something.
Tarabon
They had a
had
different
king.
title.
Tarabon
Yeah,
had a
the
king.
Apania.
Arad-Daman had a
right?
king with a panarch. Because remember, Rudel Itaralda
Yeah.
was sent information from the king about things. That's where he was moving. He was moving through letters to the king, allegedly. And Tarabon also had a king, I believe, but it could also have been a high council. I don't remember exactly. But Andor was a queen, Kyrian was a king, and then they were trying to put a queen in through either Elaine or what's her forgettable face, the one who hangs herself.
Dylan? Maybe?
No, Dylan's Andoran. That's Elaine's
Oh, the
cousin.
one that Rand sent him just to be on the farm.
Yes. Well, sentenced to, but she never made it because she hung herself on her bedpost.
Yeah.
It starts with a C, I want to say.
I know who you mean. I don't remember her name. I know who you mean.
I can't, but she's so forgettable. She was a jerk, but she was a forgettable person. Yeah, I
know.
There
don't know.
are a couple of kings was the broader point, but now they're all queens in the show.
In the show,
Yeah,
I don't think the king of Shinar is mentioned, right?
He is. Not
He
in
is?
the show. Not in the show.
No,
But
not in the
he is.
show, of course, not in the show.
Yeah.
But that I was talking about the show, so it could still be a queen there.
Well, a queen would never put a lord in charge. So
Wow. Does she have a choice though?
yeah,
Because
Could've
I
picked the
assume
sister.
that the
picked the
lords
sister.
are also hereditary.
well, no.
Oh yeah,
like-
yeah. No, but the sister was gone, right? She was in the White Tower, so
No,
she couldn't rule.
So
no. Agomar's sister was there, Lady Amalisa.
Yeah, but
She's the one who ruled
back in the
circle.
day, maybe she was in the White Tower.
No, she wasn't. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, not at this point.
No, even in the books, she's there because she sends her maids because Leandrin uses her to send her maids to try to find Rand.
Yeah.
So in the books,
So-
she was with Agomar.
Yeah, I know, but before the books,
There
she
nothing
was at
before
some
the
point
books.
in
there
the
was
White
only a
Tower.
void.
So we have 3 episodes of this crap show left, right, for the season.
For another 2 years.
Yeah. Well, with any luck,
They've already been greenlit for a 3rd season. I
Yeah,
just don't know if it'll get past.
Yeah,
the
but
3rd
I think that was part of the initial greenlit bits.
Yeah.
Right?
No. Like as soon as the second was greenlit, it'd be third.
Yeah, no, but doesn't Amazon do 3 seasons at once in the beginning?
No.
Well, no. Basically, the first show hit. They greenlit the second, and while the second was in process of production, then they greenlit the third.
Yeah. I doubt we'll see
The
number
actors are
4.
probably on 3-year contracts, which is why they did that.
I haven't heard anything about season 4 being greenlit yet, so
That's
we don't know
good.
if it will be.
I guess.
Hopefully it won't be.
Hopefully it
Well,
won't.
there's a chance that even if they greenlit it, because this one's done, so I believe they're already starting season 3 because this is in the UK or whatever, and they don't have the same actor stuff, which I thought was weird though because I figured Rafe Judkins.
Why is
would
it
be
in the
on the
UK?
list. That's where Amazon's doing the production out of. They're not doing it in the US. It's not out of the US.
Okay, sure, I guess.
So to get to the point though, for them to resolve this season, they have to Rand, who is still not training in the One Power with Logain, and now has to fight off She-Wolf Lanfear in his dreams. Has to
possibly
somehow
go wrong,
get
right?
to Falme to have this big fight with Ishmael.
Maybe he will teleport in his dream to Falme.
Probably.
So he has no combat training because remember he's also supposed to fight Turok.
Well, he has combat
No.
training. Remember,
He
because
got
in the
short
incentive
training from
timeline,
the old guy.
the old crazy guy who was a blade master, he's been training Rand.
So now Rand's obviously also a blade master.
Who got manhandled by a fade.
Did he?
Rand got manhandled by a fade.
Remember when
That's
Lanfear-
Lan.
No,
Yeah,
no.
I thought it was Lan as well.
Remember with Lanfear?
Oh
Yes,
yes, but we've already established through Lan. That
Oh,
blade
that one.
masters
Yeah,
are
no, but he
worthless,
burned the
remember?
fate to a crisp, right?
He
Yeah, but
didn't-
he should have been able to easily defeat it with a sword. Easily.
Well, yes.
Well, yeah, but why use a sword when you can just
But you're
burn it?
forgetting something, Matt. Consistency. It doesn't
But the
exist.
point I'm saying, for the point of the show, I'm just bringing up some points. Like they expect they're setting up this big fight with Ishmael and Rand, but Rand had zero training in their own show for this. No sword training. Other than
That's what I'm saying, though, is that they brought up the Blade Master in the Insane Asylum
So
to
they could say,
explain
look,
how
look,
he
he
got
actually
his
secretly
sword
learned.
skills. He spent time learning. He's not a Mary Sue, guys. Trust me, bro.
We did
Like-
we did a 5-month time skip. So in that 5 months, he learned all that he needs to know.
He just peed himself when he saw a
well,
murder.
that one fade must have been better than Ishmael and Turok.
Well, it was powered by
No, he just caught him off guard.
anti-Blade Master.
Yeah, he caught him
magic.
off guard. You know.
It's anti-Blade Master magic. That's
And then
what
he
it was.
thought, let's just burn it, right? I don't have my weapon nearby.
"Kill it with fire!" Sorry, buddy of mine back in the day used to say, "Kill it with fire."
I mean, that's a good thing to say
month or two
often,
as
probably.
well.
He said about everything because he hated everything. But what?
That's reasonable.
Didn't the Sean Chan have agreed for like a month or two with training?
Oh no!
Long time.
A long time.
Long time, yeah.
They have her
I
for
don't
months.
recall exactly how long.
It was months. I don't remember how many, but she learned quite a bit from him.
It's 3 to 6.
Yeah.
Timeline. Let's go.
Yeah.
So
But
they
learned that they learned that she has an affinity for Earth, so she can find ores and stuff. So she
So
gets
3
extra special.
episodes, 3 months. It's like,
Oh, they've done so many
Yeah.
time skips. Like, oh gosh, I don't even know where to begin.
they're gonna have to time skip like between episode and next like 5 months or something. Crazy.
Well, here's the thing. Later on in the series, the time skips happen. We just don't notice them because we can travel. So we can literally be all over the place, do a whole bunch of stuff in a very short period of time.
Yeah.
And I remember somebody was saying that the actual events of the entire series takes place in like 2 to 4 years.
That seems unlikely.
It makes sense if you look at the timelines. Because they don't spend years doing all this stuff. The Shan attack almost immediately because we hear about the Shan or these foreigners landing on the shore. So that all takes place in that time period. The only major time skip jumps we see is a 6-month time period, which is them going from the Portal Stone in Kyrian over to the Portal Stone in Falmouth territory in Toman Head. And then we have the time period from them leaving Two Rivers and getting up to Faldara.
well,
Okay, let's see. Egwene got captured on September 24th. And let's see.
I mean that's the timeline, and all of the novels take place in like 2 years.
That's what I'm
Egwene
saying.
is rescued on
2 to 4
November
years is the
21st.
time period.
I mean, look at what
So roughly 2 months is how long Egwene's captures.
I can't really see that very well.
Oh,
Let me.
that was a little too much.
Little too much. Much too much. Much too much. All right. So the Eye of the World, Grey Hunt, 1 year, 2 year. Yeah, like I said, those last couple of years, or the last year, they cram all the stuff into 1 year because they can move faster because of portals. Perrin has access to him when he's hunting the Shido. Rand has
Yeah, but
access
it
to them all the
feels like
time.
he's hunting the Shido for like years.
It was only 1 year.
Damn. But a whole year.
Well, it was within a year. It didn't necessarily take the whole year.
Yeah,
Because
a lot
I think it
happened. I
was
mean,
Gathering Storm, I think it's when he actually catches them, isn't it? Because by the Towers of
that's
Midnight, he
entirely
already has Fael back, I believe.
Towers of Midnight? No, that doesn't sound right.
Towers of Midnight's when Matt goes into the Genji, Tower of Genji.
Yeah. Okay, no, that could be the case.
So either it was Gathering Storms when he finished, or they do it early on in Towers of Midnight. Because by that point, Perrin's doing other things.
crazy.
Like taking out Mishima.
I mean, this is only,
But he also
timeline-
gets his hands on the Shan as well with a deal for the Shido Wise Ones and the what's that herb they use to nullify them?
Forkroot,
Forkroot.
yeah.
Forkroot, yes. So they use, remember Perrin allies with the Shan, gets all that Forkroot. They have to like cheat it out, but they get it out. They get rid of all the channelers, and then they just curb stomp the Aiel because the Aiel chances of survival was mainly because of the Aiel Wise Ones, and without the Wise Ones, they were not going to be able to stand very long.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure that ends in Gathering Storm, but it could be in the Towers of Midnight early. But I just remember that relationship between Perrin and Fael wasn't the same. Now, I never understood why it wasn't the same. It's just that it was, and that didn't make sense to me. So,
Well,
yay!
Yeah.
What's his face wrote the last 3 books, and he's not the author of that.
Brandon Sanderson.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't understand because it's like one of those things where like even if Fael developed feelings for what's his face, the brotherless guy, even if there was like feelings there, seeing her husband should have been like, my husband, and then being like, come back to Perrin, and then be like, oh, I missed you too, give the kisses. Like instead they're both like, oh man, I had this thing spread about me with me and Barrelane, but it's not true. Oh, woe is me, PTSD. And then, oh, I love this Aielman barely, or I had feelings for him. Oh, PTSD me. And it's just like, you get to each other, and it's just like, it's over. But then after that incident, they never have the same relationship again. And it's just weird. It's like Fael was like zealous about Perrin, and Perrin was zealous about Fael, and that zeal just goes poof. Like he's literally tracking her down, murdering thousands of Aiel if possible, just to get to her.
Yeah.
And then he just all of a sudden feels distant from her. Like that doesn't make any sense.
Like I said, that's Sanderson's writing style. So
Mm-hmm.
I've read. What do I have? I have. Where is it? I have the Mistborn trilogy, their first 3 books, and I've read them, but I don't recall any relationships being like that. But that's all I've read. I haven't read any of his other stuff.
well,
Mostly
he created. I don't particularly care for Sanderson stuff, so I tried reading it and didn't like it.
I've heard good things about his Light something saga.
Stormlight Archives.
Stormlight. I've heard good things about Stormlight Archives. I've not read them. I haven't read much outside of Tolkien and Jordan in a long time, but
when he got this job, I was like, could they have gotten anyone else? You know, I wasn't. I tried to read. I think 1 or 2 of his books.
There's not that many legendary authors out there. Like I don't consider Martin a legendary author in my opinion.
Well, the guy to get would have been Ted Williams.
I don't know who that is.
Dragonbone chair. He's
The last
probably,
dragon thing I read was the Dragon Lance
Ted
series.
Williams
That's
is probably the
longest
best
name.
writer since Tolkien.
Oh,
I would say RJ, but yes. But again, I haven't read Tad, whatever his name is, so I don't know. I have been asked to do the Malazan. Malazar?
yeah, Malazan.
That's Steve Erickson, I think.
I've heard about that
I
one
was
as well.
asked to cover that series, and I'm like, I can barely finish my own freaking breakfast in the morning, dude. Come on.
It's a bit, Malazan books are very dark. Kind of
That
like
does not bother me at all.
like the Thieves World stuff. If you ever read any of that stuff,
I would cover The Witcher, except The Witcher books kind of suck as you get further away from the first two. Like the first two were fantastic, but after that, they kind of get terrible.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's Sage's time to leave, I guess.
No, that's my phone telling me I have.
No, that's not on my end.
I'm getting spammed by White Cloak Discord.
Oh,
Interesting.
cool.
Does
I
that
think
make
we
that sound?
That's what the White Cloaks sound like, don't you know? I mean, have you not listened to our intro for
But,
this show?
Well, it doesn't
Ted
sound like
Williams
that.
has written the trilogy called Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn. That's the first trilogy he wrote. Then he wrote a quadrology. Then he wrote the follow-up to Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn, which I haven't read yet, which I really wanted to call The Last Game of Ostenard. He's an amazing writer. Like, if anyone and he writes like Jordan. Like so when they were talking about, and the reason they never released publicly who they asked, but I kind of knew someone like who worked for, who said that a couple of guys refused, that they asked a couple of the guys first, and and the rumor was Ted was one of the guys that asked first, but he refused because he's one of the ones who think when you die, your work doesn't get complete.
I mean, I can see how they get to that, but I don't know. I'm kind of torn on it because it was a compilation though. Like this is mostly stuff that already existed, and you just had to basically piece it together like a puzzle.
Mhm.
It's not like he was supposed to go in and just finish the series and like nothing. Like it was just like a dock and it just stops and it goes into the ocean. Like it was like the construction was built. You just had to kind of put the boards down. Like,
well, Jordan's writing style with this series especially has been, oh, I need to write one more book, and then he in the process of writing that book says, well, a couple more in there, you know.
Well, it's funny because Robert Jordan's style is literally like just 5 more minutes, right? 5 more minutes, and then you slept in the entire day.
Had Jordan lived, I'm pretty sure that it would have been at least 6 or 7 more books in the series for him to finish it.
I'm fine with that. Like,
I'm fine with that too, but
stories that come to an end that don't have anything after them, I'm like, okay, unless that's the most satisfying possible ending under the sun, like every potential thing that's been brought forward, every string between character stories has been finalized. I want to know what happens. Like, the Wheel of Time ends. What happens to Matt? We don't have any closure. What happens to Perrin? We don't have any closure. What happens to the Aiel? We don't have any closure. Did the nations split apart? Do they stay together? We don't have any closure. We have assumptions.
There is something that Jordan wrote that says what happens afterwards, about the reunification of the towers. There's a couple of segments of them out there. But that being said, Jordan clearly would have written, like, for example, I can't stand the Soren Chandler books, and I can't stand Katsuan. When I mean can't stand, I mean they're ocular sandpaper whenever I read their parts. Okay,
Katsuan.
Yeah, fuck that bitch.
You're supposed to spaz.
So, but I think the same way, like Nynaeve, who's one of my 2 favorite characters, right? At the beginning of the first couple of books, I thought the same way about her as I thought about Katsuan when she showed up. But Jordan took me on a journey with that character to the point where I loved her by the end. So now when I read back through the series,
Katsuan?
No, that seems unlikely.
What?
You said you didn't like them at the beginning, but now you like them.
Well, I didn't like Nynaeve at the beginning the same way I despise Katsuan.
Nynaeve, except for certain groups of people.
I choose ocular sandpaper the same way Katsuan is to me. But Jordan took me on a journey with Nynaeve's character that made me love her by the end. And when I reread the books, I love her from the beginning now.
Maybe I still don't love her from the beginning. I appreciate her character. See,
No.
maybe I'm just weird. Maybe I'm just weird because when I see a character, whether it be in an anime, whether it be in a TV show, movie, game, or whatever, the way I operate is I break down that character to every fine component, basically like to the atoms of their body, and then I reconstruct them and say, okay, I met them, they are like X. And then it's like, okay, a couple chapters later, well, they're like that, but they've grown a little bit. And then a couple later, well, they're still like they have the core of that, but they're actually more in this area. And like they slowly pull away from that, and I can actually see the character development literally every scene I see them in.
See, I look at characters.
That might just be me, but I do that for literally every character, which obviously for 2,000 characters is kind of a pain in the butt. But I do it because
I look at the characters as the means by which you tell the story. And so
yeah,
with Katsuan, there's no had Jordan finished the series, I think he may have done the same thing that he did with Nynaeve, taking the character on a journey that made some of us actually like her.
Well, Katsuan wasn't that bad by the end.
Because by the end, she's horrible in every sequence.
Well, no, I'm saying like she went from being haughty and blah 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 to I have to get in his good graces. I have to do this. I have to protect him. I have to protect him. Like she changed how she did things. She still kind of conceived him as like a fool boy, but after he goes full Lothair,
but to be fair, he was kind of a fool boy.
I mean, he was.
Her approach as a character literally almost destroyed the world.
Yes, but that's a character. That's my point. Is that characters we don't like have to exist for there to be characters we do like. So when you see Nynaeve in the early stages, and she's kind of a jerk, and she's a bully, and she's all these things, that's a character. I don't like that character because I don't like bullies, but I like and appreciate her character because now I get a character arc. I go to see her when she meets Lan, she changes. When she marries Lan, she changes again. When she decides to join factions with Rand over her entire White Tower, that's a growth arc. I can see how she became who she is. She doesn't have to stay that way. But there's also characters who stay undesirable, like Cadsuane.
I don't care about the character growth, though, at all. I care about how the characters function as part of a story. And when Sanderson wrote the Cadsuane at the parts at the end,
I just don't like one-dimensional characters.
You know, well,
I hate
they're all one-dimensional. They don't exist in real life. They're all one-dimensional.
No. I mean, it's like
no, that's not what one-dimensional means.
Well, one-dimensional means
it is to me.
One
you know,
thing that they're known for. Cadsuane's a snob. Every scene you see her in, she's only ever a snob.
Yeah.
She has a smaller character growth because we only see her for a short period of time, and she's already established she's not a naive child. She's established as an older person who knows all these things. She's a legend amongst those of her age.
I don't look at it as a character growth. I don't care about character growth in that sense.
I do because the character growth is how characters interact with each other.
I don't care about that.
Well, that's how the story exists.
The story, the characters are the means by which you tell the story.
Yes,
all characters exist as subservient to the story.
Is she as Baalzamon? Well, I'm saying the character growth is the architect of the story. How the characters interact. Like Ishii, when he's Baalzamon, is kind of off his rocker, right? But he's off his rocker, but in a sane type of way. Like
because that's what the story needs him to be at the time.
Yes, but it has to make it there logically. That's what growth is. How he was.
That's not what growth is. Growth isn't logical necessarily.
Something happened. Logical just means 1 + 1 = 2.
No, it doesn't mean the character has to have a logical motivation, but
I'm not saying
in the story progression, there must be a logic to why the character
I'm trying to tell you the reason why I can't stand Katsuan. Okay?
Go ahead.
Jordan was trying to tell part of the story with her, right? A story that Rand needs help with his psychological issues, to keep it simple. Okay?
Which everyone who reads the series knows.
Yeah. So she comes in entirely wrong to begin with, and Jordan wrote her to a certain point, then Sanderson took over, right? Sanderson didn't do anything to me to have that character feel like she was a cohesive part of the story when he wrote her. She just felt like someone you could have erased at once and had no impact because once she pushes Rand over the edge, Rand recovers on his own.
Well, that's okay. I don't know what Robert Jordan wrote about what Cadsuane was supposed to do later on. I don't know that.
I'm just telling you.
I don't know how much of that was what Robert Jordan had in notes or what Sanderson had to make up. I don't know. So it could be horrible because Sanderson put it together and ew. But I'm saying is that for a character to do something like Cadsuane has her bout with Rand. Rand gets harder and colder than steel, and he's doubling down on this, right? Her position is to use her character to push him into that. That's not what she intended, but that's the consequence. The logical consequence of her actions was what happens with Rand. Rand goes through his emo phase where he's all like, I need to be harder, I can do this, I can do that. And he eventually banishes her because she's doing things that countered him. He didn't like that. Her being banished doesn't stop her from trying to pull Aes Sedai strings and direct him in an area. She has to go about it in a different way.
You're looking at it. See, she doesn't do anything. Rand doesn't do anything. No, the author is the one who tells you what happens. Okay, he constructs a story. So his story is that Rand is going crazy from his being too hard and not being flexible. Keep it simple.
But how fulfilling is that story if Robert Jordan says Rand's in the Two Rivers after being born on Dragonmount? He's in the Two Rivers. He goes to Dragonmount, and he has an epiphany after having a voice appear in his head, and he fuses with his voice, and then he fights the Dark One. That's not satisfying at all. Nothing happened. He has to introduce things.
Correct.
And those people grow. Rand grows. That's how we see him from being a naive person to a non-naive person.
Rand changes to fit the needs of the story.
Yeah, it's called character growth. The story needs these things to happen. It's a puzzle. The whole puzzle is the story. But each piece of the puzzle has to go together.
But again, that's a function of that particular story. In other words, you don't need to have a character have any growth at all for a story. I mean, what character growth does Aragorn have in Lord of the Rings? None. He's the exact same character at the beginning as the end.
He does have some. He goes from being just a mere ranger to taking
No,
his place
he was
as a
born
king.
to be the king. He was trained since birth to be the king.
He was born to be the king, but he was not playing the king. He was
Elrond
playing the
trained.
ranger.
Well, he's actually the king of the Northern. He's just in hiding until it's time for him to take on the role.
Yeah, he was the king of the Dunedain, but he wasn't a king. He was.
He was born a king. He was born the king of both
I
kingdoms.
know. I'm not saying he just poof. He's the king. I'm saying his right to rule and everything has been there the whole time. That does not change. But he goes from being just a mere ranger to a leader of a nation. That's character growth.
That's what Elrond trained him for.
Yes, but
that'll happen before the Lord of the Rings.
But you also have to remember, being trained to be the leader of a group of people, the size of the group can vary, but being trained, like he was more or less a failure of the leader of the Fellowship because he didn't keep it together.
Aragorn, all of his training and growth, none of it happens in Lord of the Rings.
I know it's part of his backstory, his raising.
But we're not talking about the back. We're talking what happened in the story itself.
I know, but I'm saying he knows this stuff. He knows what he's taught by Elrond, but he's never practiced it because he doesn't have a full-size nation to practice it on.
Yeah, he does.
He has
the North still patrol in that area.
Are a very, very small faction comparative to all
No,
of
the
Gondor.
huge army of them show up at the end.
By huge, you mean like 200?
No, thousands.
I don't
The
remember
company
being
of whatever that El here and El whatever lead is army of the Dunedain coming with them. Now some of them still have to be up there to defend against Sauron's predations. Okay, but the huge chunk of the Dunedain, the men, I guess you would say, the army, comes south to Gondor.
I'd have to go through and reread that again. It's been a hot minute since I've read that part. But even if it was, they didn't call him the King of the Dunedain. He was, but they didn't call him. He never had the title King Aragorn until he took over Gondor.
Well, correct.
That's what they said.
He
King
was
Aragorn.
coronated. He wasn't coronated, but that was inevitable from the point of view we reach him in Lord of the Rings. He was going to go to Gondor and become the king.
But also, he was not the main character. The character that everyone was focused on was Frodo, even though you could argue he wasn't the main character either.
The main character is Sam.
Yeah. So, like, well, I mean, he's
That's
the main
Tolkien's
story. Oh, I know he's the main hero. Yes, but I'm saying, like, from the beginning we get Frodo, and we have other people. Sam joins, Merry joins, Pippin joins. Everything is Frodo getting to Mount Doom.
Sam doesn't change in the books. He's stalwart. He's a character that gets him through the end.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that particular story, they are established characters. Sam's personality and everything, he's what, in his 40s, 50s possibly at this point? Because he's younger than Frodo.
Because the story that was being told required them to be set characters, right? So in Jordan's story, he needed them to grow to show the story being told. But that growth was a function of the story being told.
Yes, but we're also seeing certain characters. Sam technically did grow because he came out of the Shire knowing nothing about the outside of the Shire.
That's not growth. That's just learning stuff.
Learning
Character
stuff
growth is a moral thing.
Well, yes, but well, to some extent. But it's how you react to things with your character.
That's your morality. That's your
Well,
morality.
I'm saying, like, how do I react if I come across a pack of Nazgul? Well,
You could do
I would
everything
run
you want.
away probably.
You'd have to, because
Be the smart one.
unless you're of the king's blood or an elf, the fear effect of the Nazgul makes you run away.
or be afraid. But yes,
Yeah.
cowering is what I would go with.
I
But
mean,
in terms of like
I'm not
as
fighting
he
those.
as he
Fuck
came
that.
across as he came across things, because like one could argue that my morality and my principles can hold me in place, but how I interact with people based upon those. Like, I'm a big fan of anti-hero characters. I like them a whole lot more than I like hero characters. I can't stand hero characters because they always do the right thing at the detriment of everyone around them. It's literally Galad on steroids. That's how I perceive heroes. I can't stand that. But even Galad at the end realizes certain things, and he changes from being just doing the right thing all the time to doing the right thing as much as possible where it doesn't hurt other people. Like, he has even a character growth thing to that. His morality changes
But
to
that's
some
what
extent.
Galad is based on Sir Galahad, who always does the right thing. That's the same.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying is I can't stand the hero characters that always do the right thing. Like Batman, in my opinion, is the greatest mass murderer of all time because he literally just never stops the person who murders lots of people. He doesn't finally stop them. They go to jail. They come out. They kill everybody.
Batman. See, the thing is, if Batman crossed that line, he wouldn't stop.
But that's the thing. He gets so much evidence. The court system doesn't just convict Joker to death.
But the point is, Batman knows his limits, and he knows if he started killing even one criminal, he started killing them all.
Like the Punisher. Yeah.
No.
But
The Punisher has
Punisher.
the Punisher's not
Punisher-
going to kill you if he sees you like rob a grocery store. Batman in his head knows if he starts killing the Joker, he'll be killing people who rob grocery
If
stores.
you're robbing armed and you're threatening children, he might kill you. But if you're smoking weed and that's illegal, he's not going to care two craps about you.
No, but Batman knows if he starts killing the Joker, he'll start killing those guys too.
But why?
Because Batman knows he's a serial killer that's controlling it. That's how damaged he was by what was happening to him as a kid.
Well, I mean, he's traumatized. Yes, I get that.
So
what
really,
I'm saying
like non-traumatized. Like he's Bruce Wayne is a construct. Basically, he's very darkly focused. You know.
Well, I mean, but it's like, okay, if Venom or Punisher or anybody like that is seeing something happen, and they're like, "That's wrong. This person's going to kill this person. They're going to end them." Venom would probably eat him, and Punisher
Joker
would.
Batman dichotomy is that the Joker is Batman with no restraints.
Yeah. Well, yes, but what I'm saying is that killing one person to stop them from mass murdering a whole bunch of people does not instantly mean you're going to go into overdrive and start killing everybody.
To Batman, it does. He thinks that. That's why he doesn't kill anyone.
Well, and again, that might be his particular persona. I remember seeing in the cartoon one time he held a gun and shot somebody in the arm or something.
I don't care
he
about
flipped.
the cartoon to the cartoon. I'm talking comics.
Well, I know. I'm talking like,
Yeah.
from what I understand, the cartoons were moderately accurate. But he had one thing where he shot somebody, he freaks out, and this is like what causes him to go into retiring. I think.
No, the cartoons are okay. It's just, I mean, I always, it's like, if we're talking about the Lord of the Rings, are we using Peter Jackson's movie? No, we're talking about the book.
Well, are you talking about the Batman? Are you talking about the Batman original comics, or are you talking about the newer comics? Because they're both comics, but which one begins to stop being
everything prior to Infinite Crisis, basically?
Are any Batman Beyond comics Batman Beyond? Or are they Batman comics or not? Because it's the same thing where like somebody says, "Oh, well, they did this in the comics with this character." I'm like, but that was recently created, and they put something in it that he would never do.
After Infinite Crisis, DC has rebooted the universe 17 or 18 times already.
I'm not surprised.
So basically, you have the Crisis of Infinite Earths through Infinite Crisis continuity, which is about 25 years of comics. Then you have before that, which is your Silver Age continuity, and before you go, so you have 3 chunks of Batman to think about, and then you have the 17 reboots of the last 10 years. This is why comics fans wanted to shoot ourselves over the last 5 years, because like not only the woke stuff, but all the marketing stuff. Let's just reboot and renumber one everything.
Well, my point was that like there's comics, but we lost back in the day because I used to have a Superman cartoon from like the old like the 50s or whatever. It was really old stuff, And it was like back when, they had the mob shooting, or the bank robbers shooting bullets, and they were bouncing off of Superman. And it's like a very simple story of Batman saving Lois Lane and multiple little adventures or whatever. And it was just literally just bad guys robbing a bank, Superman stopping them, catching them, the bad guys lose, the end. Like, very simple structures disappeared in the industry. And then they brought out super complicated things. They went into outer space. They started doing all these really crazy things. I'm just like, whatever just happened to basic heroes doing stuff around the, like, just around city?
Yeah.
Like, I'm a mechanic. I'm fixing my car. I see a guy do a drive-by and kill somebody on the house, so I hunt them down and I stop them because the law is not doing it. The cops aren't doing it. The judgment, like, that's the birth of the anti-hero, essentially. Or if they're just a hero, they're just like, I'm going to go hunt them down like Daredevil and just beat the ever-living crap out of them, gather piles of evidence, dump them in front of the court and say, you have to convict them because there's nothing but undeniable evidence. We have ballistics, we have fingerprints, we have DNA, we have everything under the sun to convict them. Use the court. The whole thing with Batman is that they don't. And if Batman won't do it, he intentionally stops or tries to stop, because I think they had a Batman Punisher crossover and the Punisher was going to kill the Joker and Batman's trying to stop him. And I'm like, this shouldn't affect Batman in the slightest. Because if somebody else kills a criminal, it shouldn't affect his psyche because he didn't kill a criminal.
Maybe it did. Who knows?
Well, the crossover.
Anyway,
I'm
it's
not
getting
going
quite
to
late,
defend any
so,
of the crossovers.
They have to leave. I was wondering, it's like, I don't know what time in your time, or my time, I guess, that you had to leave. And I was like, man, I feel like it should have been a while ago.
We were just chit-chatting about comic books and, like, whatever.
It's because, Matt, you always pull us off the main points.
Well, it's so much more interesting than this stupid fucking show.
That's
I know.
true. That's true.
But here at 4 hours, let's give it a close
Remember, I
up.
gotta watch it again while I edit my stupid reaction video down.
Ooh,
I'm so glad you have to, and that's why I'm glad we just did this, because then all I have to do is put the intro and the outro onto it, and I'm done, baby. Woo! So
I will
Very
say,
nice.
using Shotcut, it's pretty easy to do. So
you got. Work smart, not hard. But
exactly.
but yeah, thanks guys. Matt, what do you got going on for you? Besides
We'll
obviously
have.
our redo of this edit.
Well, I will have my reaction and my short review of episode 5 up by the end of the weekend. It's about all I'm committing to right now. Just because it's literally be committing myself to do it. But
It takes all my commitment to do this.
yeah.
Cool. Sage, what do you got? Besides nothing, because you don't have a YouTube channel, you don't do anything.
He's trying. He's got the
nothing,
strobe light behind him.
guess.
hypnotizing us.
Yeah, no,
Well,
that's.
That's
I'm
lights.
trying to get into a different dimension where there is no Wheel of Time show.
that's
Well,
just Marty blinking.
It's my personal flicker, but maybe it works.
He's
Maybe
all
not.
his lives and every second. I have been watching a lot of anime because I haven't in a long time, and I just realized every
And-
moment of my life that they do writing better and everything.
Oh
Like
yeah,
I
definitely.
watched How I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, or that one time I got reincarnated as a
Oh
slime.
yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Fantastic show. Couple issues I have with it, but I love the thing in general as it is. Even with its faults, it still does really good. And then I've been watching. I'm on the last episode of the Rise of the Shield Hero. And I
yeah.
like the Rise of the Shield Hero because it's gritty, it's dark, it's disturbing, and it shows you what it would actually be like the dark politics, someone accusing you of a certain type of assault that should not be done, being called a thief, a murderer by all the people who should be begging for your assistance, people hating you because of who you are, all those kind of things. And I love those kind of stuff. So I'm enjoying it. And then I just found another one. It's a jobless reincarnation thing. Yeah, I can't remember the.
Oh
Japanese
yeah,
name.
Mushoku Tensei. That's a good one.
That one. I just started it, and it's been awkward with the parents getting it
It's-
on in the bedroom next to
It's,
you while the
it's
kids
a
just
bit
sit there reading
awkward.
books.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a bit weird, but I found it hilarious so far.
It's hilarious.
Um,
Yeah.
And I'm
The animation
already
is
started.
super good.
Yeah. Well, all three of them do a fantastic job. Even though the slime one it's more cartoony.
Yeah, yeah.
Shield Hero's a bit more realistic, and
Mushoku Tensei is just
Yeah, that
really
one.
vibrant. I think. Is
Yeah.
the way to
My
describe
thing
it.
is I hate when they use the AI like 3D generated models. I hate it
Yeah,
so
no.
much.
CGI
But they do
is
it. That's one of the reasons I
horrible.
didn't watch the new Berserk, because the new Berserk is just all CGI, and I'm like, no, just cancel it. Just get it out of here. I want my original cartoon, dang it. I didn't even like the original cartoon or the original anime because the original anime just got freaking weird. Like it started out really strong. I'm like, ooh, mercenaries, this is gonna be great, and then it's just like demonic aliens.
Yeah.
just
Ever
happened?
since
What happened?
I've heard that One Piece had a good Netflix adaptation, now I'm starting to think I might actually need to watch the whole anime. But it's like
I'm
1,000
I'm
episodes,
past
so
1,000 episodes on the anime for One Piece, and I've heard good things about it. There are certain things that I'm not sure. Like I'm interested to see how they do Chopper, but there are certain things I don't know how they're doing things. Like they made Buggy more Joker-like and less silly, but it's also
Yeah.
tone of adaptations. Like I can understand to some extent why they do
I mean,
that.
anime is really hard to do live action.
Well, there's
especially
certain
with-
things that are just better in anime than they are in live action. That's just the
Exactly.
nature of it. Like Wheel of Time is better as an anime than live action.
No, they could have did a decent show with this if they wanted to. They
Well, I'm
didn't.
saying
Yeah,
like,
but I don't think it would
I'm
ever
saying-
be as good if they did the
because
same
anime because it's
efforts
drawn
in anime.
can
version.
do the one power infinitely amount of times without causing the cost of CGI. You don't have to
Exactly.
worry about having stupid, ridiculously tall Ogier or an entire nation of Irish nomads that are freaking, 7 foot tall on average.
I think
We can't
anything
do
high
that in real life.
fantasy works much better in anime formats. Simply because magic
Typically.
just doesn't really look
Now,
great
like-
if you
but it-
CGI it.
But it's like if you have like the One Piece thing, you've got Gomo Gomo no Gatling gun or something like that.
Mhm.
You try doing that with a CGI budget
Yeah,
over
that's-
and over and over every single freaking episode. How expensive? They paid 180 million, I think, for this first season. That's ridiculous. That's
yeah.
100 million more than freaking Wheel of Time season 1. That's
Well,
a lot.
Yeah,
of
but
money.
they spent their money better. So
Well, yeah, they
Mhm.
just spent it. They
Well-
spent it better, but Oda, I think, has actual like control. Or
yeah, he has
control over
total
everything.
control over it.
And it's going to be good because I feel better about that than I do like Cowboy Bebop.
Mhm.
I feel better than that than I do Wheel of Time. Like there's certain things that are just done better, but everyone wants to take things like how they did the Sonic movie. They made the Sonic character model better,
Mhm.
but they did it in the real world, which confuses me because in a Sonic world, it's more exciting and exotic because it's a Sonic world. It's not the real world. But as soon as you add that into the real world, it just feels weird. And I'm like, I don't feel like I'm
I
watching
know.
Sonic anymore, even though I think they're funny films. My kid loves them, but I don't know. It's weird when you add the real world aesthetic to it.
Yeah,
Even if
it's
it
like a
doesn't-
CGI Muppet movie.
kind of. But imagine a Muppet world where it's all Muppets. There are no humans, and it's just Muppets, and they interact with each other as Muppets, and you just get the silliness adventures of them. That would be fun, I think. But obviously Muppets have been engaged with humans ever since inception, so that doesn't feel as weird to me, because humans. It's like Sesame Street. There's always humans in Sesame Street.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
Whoopity doo. It's never not been that case. But if you took something like Lord of the Rings and stuck it in modern day, I'd be like, I am confused because I have skyscrapers. I have cars. Are you saying we could just get a freaking
Yeah. Just get a plane to Mordor and
Yeah, just take a
throw
plane
the
to
ring
Mordor.
from
jump
exactly.
out in a freaking freaking bag or
Parachute.
whatever.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden the orcs have access to Sam's. Like
Oh yeah. No, that's a good point.
everything. The Nazgul are actually helicopters, like Apache helicopters. Like everything goes crazy. And it's just like I don't understand what's happening because it loses its core, its spirit. So it's like why do
Yeah,
that? But anyway, I need to get you out of here.
Exactly. Yeah.
So thanks
The
everybody for
Behind
watching.
you, that's a signal.
Well, yeah, but it's like wink. But thanks everybody for watching. If you made it this far, kudos to you. You have a lot more courage than most people.
Indeed.
So we'll call it there. And remember, guys, walk in the light, my friends.